All the way up to the end of the dinosaur era, the end of the Mesozoic. It's called the Age of Reptiles.
I'm sorry, the age of what? One more time?
It's called the Age of Reptiles.
Yeah. Reptiles. You just never hear that anymore. I love it.
Reptiles, birds.
Through the woods, and then you hear this almost like a whale singing. Like a... And that was the wind whistling through those slats. They knew it would do that when they built it, but that was just the right design for the slats in order to provide the least amount of wind resistance, so the bridge wouldn't sway as much. But I guess, kind of a side effect of that is you get the sound. Fascinating stuff. Anyway, and SB says, is there a reason why you couldn't just pop a big tent on the site and work all year round? Funding? Funding. Yeah. We have, I guess, a few $100s for food here, and that's basically our budget. Yeah. Ethan and Don and Jim, they're getting paid out here. I'm getting paid, I guess, through Twitch, through these live streams. But no, I'm volunteering here. I don't get paid to do this. So we've got a few $100, I guess, for fuel and for food, and that's it. Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous, you know. Dinosaurs are big business for Hollywood, for video games, for toy manufacturers, for everything else. But the people who dig up the dinosaurs, we don't see any of that money. Yeah. Anyway. The Joaquin robber. Raptor means thief, robber, stealer, plunderer. So yeah, this thing steals Joaquins. That's what it does. Like, the name Raptor has become just kind of a standard suffix for theropod dinosaur names. But if you take it literally, you know, the way it's intended. Yeah. It's a stealer of Joaquins. It takes them. Just like how the scene is often stolen by Minnie Pie right here. How are you doing, Minnie? You having a good day? You come to say hello? Yeah. Like, worldview on a foundation of sand, you know? Like, if all of your faith is tied to this idea that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old, you're setting yourself up for failure. Because we know for a fact that is not the case. So, yeah, it's a losing proposition. Like, don't sabotage yourself like that. Oh boy. Anyhow. Yeah. And, Waffle House, is the stuff on the wall...
Certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Harry?
Is that a Brachiosaurus sauropod?
It is indeed. Harry, and that's so cool, she says sauropod when you put the sauropod emoji in there. Oh, that makes me happy. That's really cool. Harry, this is indeed, yeah, a plastic Brachiosaurus. And, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we're talking about sauropods today. So this just arrived on Friday, and I'm excited about it, so, pretty cool. And then we've got, right here, a lovely cast. This is just gorgeous. What a beautiful display piece of an ornithomimid dinosaur. So this one here says Struthiomimus sedens. From the Lance Formation. Is that really from the Lance? Because we would get ornithomimosaurs in the Hell Creek, and we never knew what to call them. Is it Struthiomimus? Is it Ornithomimus? Is it what? This guy's big. Bigger than I would imagine for a Maastrichtian ornithomimosaur from North America. Like, just to give you some idea of scale here. Here's me next to that hand. Those classic ornithomimosaur-shaped claws. They've got these long, fairly straight claws like this. If you ever find a claw in the field that looks like that, you're looking at an ornithomimosaur claw. speak. The name Struthiomimus means ostrich mimic. So these dinosaurs would have been fairly ostrich-like. In fact, this picture doesn't even really do it justice. It's a beautiful illustration here. Looks like Russell did that. That's lovely. It's like Greg Paul-esque. But now we recognize that these animals would have been fully coated with feathers. Had feathers all over their bodies. They would have looked like a big old weird emu, but with arms and a long bony tail. Yeah. Take a look, such big arms. I was not expecting this animal to be so big. So let me kind of interpret the skeleton for you, because you might be wondering what's going on here. So we've got the skull and the neck, and then right here that's the shoulder blade, and then up here, these are the leg bones. So that is the right leg right there. It's been shunted up over the rib cage. These are the ribs right here. And underneath here, who can tell me what these are? Does anybody have any idea what these bizarre rib-like things are? From the underside of the rib cage. Yeah. Oh, and shoot, there's the other arm, another humerus. So this is the right arm right here. Humerus, radius and ulna, and the hand.
Well, greetings from Alameda, California, in the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area. Hope you're having a good day. Normally, my streams are from indoors, or they have been up until this point. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, go over all kinds of fossil news. I answer all sorts of questions about dinosaurs and about the history of life on our beautiful planet. But this summer, I'm going to be streaming, like this, doing mobile live streams. I'm going to be visiting a bunch of different dinosaur museums around the Intermountain West, visiting some dinosaur quarries, maybe even doing some field work here or there. It's going to be pretty cool. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, I encourage you to follow along. It should be a really good time. All right, let's do the wheelbarrow.
Oftentimes the headline is, "New relative of T-Rex discovered." It's like, just let this dinosaur be its own thing. You don't always have to bring T-Rex into it, But this is the thing, is that people are really familiar with this dinosaur, and that helps drive clicks and everything, and it's just a little frustrating that everything has to be all about T-Rex.
Oh, look at that.
Look up. Oh, the red one.
Wow. Tail?
It's waiting for one of us to die from heat stroke.
Gonna pick our bones clean.
Might be me.
That's the old idea. Now we realize this split happened so early on that mammals and reptiles, even though they share a common ancestor, they're... What's the phrase? Two houses alike in dignity? On fair Pangea where we lay our scene? The sauropsids and the synapsids. The reptiles and the mammals, respectively. They've always been separate like that. By the time that they arose, they were already separate, reptiles and mammals. Does that make sense? Lay our scene and our eggs. There you go, Rushwing, yeah.
This would normally be the base, except we have all this older material here, giving us a record we didn't know before. And, if you got 25 million years between your first Cretaceous record and the last Jurassic, You know, you can't talk about extinction. Anything could happen in 25 million years.
Seriously, yeah.
It'd be just total gradual change. But now that we've really been closing that gap,
It's clear that there's something
it's clear
abrupt
there's
going on.
something
Yeah.
seriously happening with a faunal turnover at that point.
An excellent protein-packed meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Oh, insectivore problems. Anyway, that makes me so happy seeing that. Just extraordinary. See, one of, you know, basically one of my study animals up there on the screen is pretty awesome.
What is digitigrade? I can show you, Will of the Winds. I can show you right here. So digitigrade just means that an animal walks on its toes. That's how it's.
On formal
that's how its
occasions,
limbs
he's
work.
called
So in
Brontosaurus.
this case,
Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
It's actually up in the air. There's a big fleshy pad that would go underneath that. So they walk on their toes, and most mammals do. There's only a few plantigrade mammals. There's us. There's other critters like bears. I think raccoons might also be plantigrade.
And I'm riding on a dinosaur right now, Trek Nerd. This is the only dinosaur they had available, you know? When life gives you chickens, you ride a chicken, even if it's a male one. Take a look at that.
There we go. Can we get this in focus? There is me and my mom and my dad at Lake Tahoe back around 19 and in the same photo frame there is my dog. She was my big sister growing up. Her name was Sasha. She was a Cocker Spaniel. And, yeah, she's got very, very dark colored fur, so you really can't make out much there, but there she is right there, sitting next to my mom's Snoopy stuffed animal. But there's Sasha right there. My parents got Sasha before I was born, and growing up, she was my big sister. And when somebody asks you about it, you could say, yes, this one here is a replica. The real thing, I donated to a museum, or I funded its excavation. That's because of me. And they were so grateful for that that they gave me this to show off. How much cooler is that? It's the difference between being a benevolent philanthropist, making the world a better place, and being a Bond villain, you know? Like, ha ha ha, Mr. Bond. Before you die, let me show you my genuine Tyrannosaurus fossil that I am keeping away from the scientists so that no one can learn from it or appreciate it apart from me, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Now you want to replicate UberWorks?
Very cool. Oh, look at these guys. Just extraordinary. Take a look. These giant, long-necked marine reptiles, not dinosaurs. These belong to a different group of reptiles outside of the dinosaur family tree. But take a look at them. Just amazing. Breathtaking. It's not often that you get to kind of walk around them from all angles, so this is so cool. And there, of course, is our
having just like a fleshed out dinosaur, that's cool. But something like that can look outdated really quickly if we learn more about that dinosaur. We're always learning new things about dinosaurs, and so I wanted to do something a little bit more timeless. And I figure a dinosaur fossil, like as a paleontologist, this is what I study, you know? This is what's meaningful to me. and hopefully that'll be reflected in the artwork that I create.
Oh, gather around the campfire. It's time to sing our songs. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us, and we are happy. Smoking a cigar and getting rained on intermittently. Here we are, my legs too close to the fire, it hurts.
Bravo!
That's my favorite one.
Where'd you learn that? That's
My grandma.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
There was a partial skull, I think, from the 1970s, 1940, but it wasn't very good. And then in the 2000s, they started to find one or two nice complete skulls of Thescelosaurus. And they found that it looked really quite different from Hypsilophodon. It had like a long pointy snout and various other features that mark it out as being quite distinct. So a number of years ago, let's say 3 years ago, actually no, it was pre-COVID, so it would have been about 2019 probably. We climbed into the pit and we got out our saw and we sawed the head off the Thescelosaurus. And I tell the kids, as is traditional in Britain, I put it on public display.
On a pike,
yeah. On a spike, to serve as a warning for other dinosaurs. And we got a cast from a Trebold of a nice reconstruction of the real skull and stuck it on there. And
again, it goes back to like the feelings of superiority, where like an easy way for people who might not be the brightest to feel really superior over others is like to have a conspiracy theory, you know. It gives you like a special knowledge that you have that like only I know this, and that makes me so special because the rest of the world is wrong. But I get the special knowledge to myself, and it lets me not be a sheeple. Like, you're a sheeple and you're a sheeple, but I'm not a sheeple because I've got special knowledge, you know? Like, num 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 num, I love it. Yeah, I want to have this special knowledge. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, because it's about the emotional appeal, you know? That, num 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 num, I love it, this is good. That's what it's all about. So yeah.
This bone comes from the upper arm, like this.
It's a humorous there.
Flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirter in it. Well, that's what this thing is like. Dirter.
Yep. Yeah.
We're going to be finding more of that material here this year. And if we're very lucky, we'll find more of this mysterious meat-eating dinosaur. It might be a Carcharodontosaur or something like that. We know that those dinosaurs were here at this time because we found their teeth. And just last summer, we had... well, Ethan, you want to tell us about that skull bone of the Carcharodontosaur?
Sure, yeah. We found a quadrate, which is the bone in the back of the skull that attaches the lower jaws to the main body of the skull. And so we found a pubis bone, which is a big pelvic bone of a beaked iguanodont dinosaur, right about here. And then I took it back to the lab and was preparing it, and on the other side of this big pubis, which is like a big, long, flat pelvic bone, right, I saw this black mass, and the bone was like a millimeter thin, and I was like, what the heck? This is the weirdest pubis I've ever seen. And eventually, it didn't hit me until the entire thing was exposed, and I was like, that's a theropod skull bone. Predatory dinosaur skull bone.
Very cool.
Big quadrate. So
that's the first skeletal element, first non-tooth element from that animal from here, right?
Certainly the first cranial element.
Yeah, okay.
Of a predatory dinosaur from here, which is
very cool.
Really exciting.
So if we find more of it, that's going to be a new species.
I have a suspicion that it's more this way,
as
opposed to where we're going. We'll see.
Hopefully we can move in this direction too. We've got what?
Eventually, we have
2.5 weeks here.
2.5 years here, yeah. A lot of time.
Yeah.
It's pretty big. It's pretty darn big. Almost, honestly, it's too big. Who thought this was a good idea to evolve a skull this size, Who thought this was a good idea? Tyrannosaurs, man.
We're just seeing that the diversity of dromaeosaurs is so high compared to what we thought, in the past.
That's so cool.
When I named Utahraptor, it was the sixth one ever named.
The sixth dromaeosaur ever?
Sixth dromaeosaur ever.
Shoot.
And now there's over 40, that are dromaeosaurids.
Yeah. Did you? Is that part of the start of the trend to name them raptor as the suffix? Was Utahraptor the second one with that suffix?
I'm not sure.
It was Velociraptor, and then
yeah,
Utahraptor might be the second one.
Yeah, because we were thinking, the Crichton book, and the whole bit.
Yeah.
And and Bacher didn't name it, but he did say, you might want to name it for Utah, because there was some political stuff. I was in Colorado. And my former state paleontologist and head of me didn't want anyone working for a group like Dynamation that I worked with the museum, working in Utah. So, it's like, maybe if you name it after Utah, they'll, take it better. And I have to admit, it's probably why I'm now the state paleontologist of Utah, so it wasn't a bad move.
It's a wise decision, yeah.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. We're going to have a fun stream. Again, it's going to be kind of loosey-goosey today. We don't have like a grand overarching theme like yesterday's stream. We're going to be looking at some fossil news, doing some Q&A. We'll do some metazoa. We'll see what else happens. It's a live broadcast. It can go in just about any direction, so glad you're here. If any of you are here for the very first time, and I suspect there's at least a couple people, welcome. Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist, as I hope you know already, is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, and that's what I'm going to be talking about here. Not just dinosaurs, even though dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers. These streams are all about paleontology in general, indeed, natural history in general. So if you, like most people, are curious about the history of life on Earth, what was here on our planet before us, if you're curious about extinction, evolution, the origins of biodiversity, if you're curious about the nature of science itself, don't be hesitant with your questions. That's what we're all about here. I'll do my very best to answer them for you, and we'll learn something along the way together. Anyway, I'm being joined by Mini Pie here, one of my landlords, right at the beginning of the stream. And hey, Felipa, how are you doing? Hello, Dyson Dinosaur. I hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you. Who else have we got here in the chat? Lenina, Claire Burr, Matt M33, Bonch, Tommy Plodicus, Kepper, MN, Golganek, hello, Wild Lucas, Fall on the Blinks, Alexander Morrison, Samu Ray. Did I say hey to you yet, Claire? Hello, Claire. I hope you're having an excellent day. It's always wonderful to see you. Pursue 303, Taxdo, Scoobs, howdy. Crimson Carnotaurus, Finn Tin Can, and Eddie Scarin, and Chili Head. And it then did. How's everybody doing? It's wonderful to have you here today. And what could this be?
You go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It's pretty sick.
That is pretty sick, as is your ongoing support, Matt M33. Sick used as a positive superlative. Well, as a positive adjective anyway. Thank you, Matt M33, for the 60 months of support. That is a long time. Holy cow, that's almost a whole year. I appreciate you, Matt M33, keeping me here online for that long. Again, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living. This is how I pay the bills. Thank you for making that possible through your support there, Matt M33, and everybody else who subscribes to this channel. Yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says, I submitted my first ever paper review. Directly accepted. Very nice. Accepted without revisions? Awesome. Very cool, Dyson Dinosaur. That's really a key part of being a scientist is getting asked to review papers, being involved in the peer review process, being consulted as an expert. Congrats, Dyson Dinosaur. What? Wrong button, sorry. There we go. And McLovin, ya boy, how are you doing? Hello. open out. What's shaken?
At the time of the dinosaur, this was a subtropical delta, home of the big plant eaters, and of the monsters who chased them.
Monsters like conical bells. Thank you for the 6 months of support there. Conical bells, I appreciate you. Good stuff. Oh, the first directly accepted. Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I hope that didn't come across even the tiniest bit condescending, because it was not intended that way. Of course you've done reviews before. I'm sorry, Filippo. Anyway, it's nice when you could just say, accepted. Rubber stamp. Looks good. You know? You know, when you can just do... When you get a paper revision and you can just do this, it's a good thing, you know? Saves you some time, certainly. Excellent. Yeah. Wrote very badly. No, you're good, Filippo. No worries. Yeah. By the way, if anybody's not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, you're missing out. So Filippo Bertozzo is, this is exactly you a few minutes ago? Nice. If you're not yet following Filippo Bertozzo, you are missing out. Like me, he's a dinosaur paleontologist. He's from Italy originally. He's working in Belgium right now. He works on iguanodont dinosaurs and their relatives. He streams paleontology in English on weekends, when I'm not streaming usually. So, if you're jonesing for more dinosaur paleontology on Twitch, you need to be following Dyson Dinosaur. There we go. Oh, and Jim, holy cow, that's very exciting. Jim says Morrison and Kylosaur monograph should be official later today. Super cool, Jim. Holy cow. If you've got time next week, Jim, I'd love to interview you about that. If you have time. I know things get busy before the end of the year. But, yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday next week. Let me know if you'll be around, Jim. It'd be cool to do a Zoom interview. Jim is talking about a monograph on these late Jurassic ankylosaurs. Like Mimorapelta. And I bet you Gargoylosaurus will also make an appearance. But, yeah. Not very big as far as ankylosaurs go. Yeah. It's interesting. People think of ankylosaurs as being Cretaceous animals. People often forget that their record extends back into the Jurassic. And there's an interesting thing that happens where as stegosaurs go into a decline and even like disappear from North America, it seems, ankylosaurs flourish. And so it raises the question, what's going on? Talking with Freda Bonaparte in Argentina later. Oh, very cool, Jim. Nice, nice. Yeah, that goes well. Awesome. I should send you an email or call you on the phone later, Jim. Yeah. There we go. I was talking about these books yesterday that I had when I was a kid. I showed off the Triceratops one. It's by the authors of the Berenstain Bears. Michael Berenstain there. It's funny that, like, I pored over these books as a child. They were just, you know, read them cover to cover. It's a short book. It doesn't take long to read it cover to cover, but I just absorbed these. Just engulfed them into my brain. And, with the Stegosaurus one, it's interesting. There's, like, a lot of stuff in here that you don't see in a lot of other children's dinosaur books. Like, it's clear that the author, who also did the illustrations, like, he really did some some reading in the literature. I think he probably consulted David Norman's book for a lot of this stuff. But, yeah, introducing other kinds of stegosaur, and even maybe proto-ankylosaurs, or at least basal thyreophorans like scolidosaurs. Different possible arrangements for stegosaurus plates. Again, all these things were so cool to see as a kid. But, yeah, this is funny. It says, most of the stegosaurs did not live till the end of the Age of Dinosaurs. They may have been crowded out by the ankylosaurs. These armored dinosaurs are much like stegosaurs and could have eaten the food that stegosaurs needed. They are both armored dinosaurs. They're members of Thyreophora. It does seem like ankylosaurs really start to flourish at the same time that stegosaurs are disappearing. But is this a case of competition? As depicted here, just eating all those stegosaurus food. This looks like Euplacephalus, which lived tens of millions of years after Stegosaurus. But something like Mimorapelta did live at the same time, in the same place. So, could you have had a situation like this? It's possible. It's difficult to test, but there's ways that you could try and falsify that. Looking at tooth wear or isotopes or something like that to try and figure out if they had the same diet. Another funny thing here is that the last page of this book says the only stegosaur to survive until the end of the Age of Dinosaurs was Dravidosaurus. Dravidosaurus lived in what is now the country of India. At the time, India was an island, and there were no ankylosaurs to push the stegosaurs out. Here, the last of the stegosaurs may have lived and died. So, a fine way to end the book, but unfortunately, for that narrative there, this is wrong, and it turns out Dravidosaurus is not even a stegosaur. The critter that was named Dravidosaurus is probably a plesiosaur? Here. There we go. Dubious genus of late Cretaceous reptile. Could be an ornithischian dinosaur like a stegosaur, or maybe a plesiosaur.
In that brief moment,
and Comrade Simon, thank you for the 16 months. Hey.
To comprehend
Appreciate that.
and appreciate.
Thank you.
The great dinosaurs.
Good stuff. Appreciate you, Simon. Thank you very, very much. Redistributing some wealth, says Comrade Simon. Thank you for redistributing it here. I appreciate that more than you know. Allows me to do this full time. Thank you for your support. Yeah. Let's see. In 2017, Peter Galton and Krishnan Ayasami reaffirmed that Dravidosaurus was a stegosaur. Really? That's news to me, actually. Interesting. And yeah, we don't have very good figures here as to what the fossils look like. I mean, that's an isolated tooth, potentially? And here's some bones. They look... Microsoft Paint kind of figure there. Ugh. Anywho, Dravidosaurus still remains something of a mystery. Could it be a late surviving stegosaur? Further study is needed. Anywho, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Good to have everybody. Before I forget, let's do a blue sky post. There. Try not to do the same expression in each one of these. That looks goofy. Let's do a different one. Screenshot here. Yeah, that'll work. We can use that. Crop that. There we go. It's a casual. Let's say paleontology Q&A stream today on Twitch. So bring your best fossil science questions. And we'll check out some paleontology news as well. Twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Let's get rid of that pound sign there. Put it right here instead. Quick screenshot of me in my office. Today's backdrop includes a 3D print of the Cleveland skull. Guess it's Nanotyrannus. Uh-huh. Some Allosaurus vertebrae. Prints a Diplomystis fish. I hope I spelled that right. And various other paleontological miscellanea. There we go. Looks good enough. Paleontologizing. So we've got no typos.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. There we go. There we go. Excellent. Yeah. I hope today's a good one too, Wombat Hole. Good eye to you as well. Go for Fluffernut. What's shaken? El Mando. Eddie Scarin. Yeah. And Eddie Scarin asks, is there any Lambeosaurine material from the Hell Creek Formation? I think only in one particular place do we have Lambeosaurines in the Hell Creek. One particular locale, and that is,
Wow! The land of make-believe!
There's no Lambeosaurine material from the Hell Creek that I'm aware of. Yeah. Forgive me, I don't have very many opportunities to use that little video stick. So, yeah, not in the Hell Creek Formation, not in the Lance Formation either. I don't think we have any from, what's the rough Canadian equivalent? Is it the Scholard Formation? I don't think we have any Lambeosaurine material from there either. Yeah, the Scholard. Late Cretaceous to Paleocene. Ornithischians. Yeah. It seems like Edmontosaurus annectens is really the only hadrosaur we get in the Hell Creek, the Scallard, the Lance Formation, which is interesting. Very interesting. I've heard that there might be Lambeosaurines from other late Cretaceous formation, like Maastrichtian age strata in North America, but I don't know how well supported that is. I don't know how well dated those are either. Things like Lambeosaurus laticatus, or at least the hadrosaur formerly known as Lambeosaurus laticatus. I think it might be Magnapolia now. Which has been interpreted as a Lambeosaurine. There we go, yeah. From the El Gallo Formation. So Santonian to Maastrichtian, that's a pretty big span. Shoot. Anyhow, sorry, we're gonna go back to light mode. I don't like dark mode. Oh, and the Frenchman Formation also. I don't think we have any Lambeosaurians from the Frenchman Formation either, but let's take a look. Late Maastrichtian. Yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says, the absence of Maastrichtian Lambeosaurines in North America intrigues me so much, given their actual presence in Europe and Asia, right? Yeah, it's strange why you wouldn't get them in North America at the very end of the Cretaceous. And here, for anybody who's uninitiated, this is what we're talking about here. We're talking about dinosaurs and other critters from this environment. This is like the, Hell Creek biota here. At the very, very end of the age of dinosaurs, you've got big dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus walking around. This is the time of T-Rex. You have Triceratops, Thescelosaurus, Edmontosaurus, that big duckbill. You get raptors, dromaeosaurs, like a Caroraptor here. You get a zillion turtles. But there's other dinosaurs that are... It's weird in that it seems like dinosaur diversity is not as high as you would imagine it to be. I think there's a number of factors that contribute to this. Some of them are maybe like bias in how they're studied. Part of it is real, and then part of it I think it might be it's just that the Hell Creek has been really well sampled, and so oftentimes the better you sample a certain dinosaur-bearing formation, the more you learn about the dinosaurs in it, and the less diverse they get. Because what is stratigraphic or ontogenetic or individual variation becomes obvious, and you can no longer call them different species. It's like, oh, that's just a weird-looking Triceratops. We can't call it Diceratops anymore. Stuff like that. But anyhow, yeah. But yeah. And yeah, maybe they did move south. Maybe the same thing that's keeping sauropods like Alamosaurus out of the north is also keeping Lambeosaurines out of the north at the very end. But yeah. So yeah, it's interesting stuff. Yeah. Monoceratops, and there you go, salamander. There, I want to check on a 3D printer real quick. In fact, I need to go look at this in person. I've had a heck of a time trying to get this to print properly today. Can anybody tell me what they think this might be? I'm going to go look at it with my actual eyeballs, and I'll be right back. But what do you think this is that's printing right now? A vert, says Claire. It does have vertebrae, but it's not a vertebra unto itself. larger Mary Anning. It is larger than the real Mary Anning. Well, at least the animal would be. Is it something turtle related, says Pate B? It very well might be. I'm not going to tell you just yet, as it continues to emerge and embiggen throughout today's stream. I'll let you continue to guess. That'll be fun. Anyhow, we have to figure it out. Yeah, Pate B. Yeah. Yeah. It'll become obvious in a bit, I think. Anyway, we were talking about the Hell Creek and the Scallard and the Lance Formation and the Frenchman Formation. Those are from the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs. Here. So, dinosaurs first evolve probably back in like the Anesian or Ladinian stage of the Triassic period. They start to take over the Earth at the end of the Triassic. They really conquer the planet at the beginning of the Jurassic, hold on to it throughout the Jurassic and until the very end of the Cretaceous. Then 66 million years ago is when the asteroid hits and wipes out all of the dinosaurs except for a handful of bird species. And those birds would later become all the birds that we have today. But, yeah. The Hell Creek and Lance and Scallard formations, they're from the Maastrichtian stage, so the very last stage within the Age of Dinosaurs. So yeah. It's weird that, like, we don't have Lambeosaurines walking around in the Hell Creek or the Lance or the Scallard or the Frenchman Formation. They're thriving during the Campanian, and then they disappear. So yeah. I don't know, it's weird. And Filippo earlier was saying, in Europe you've got Pararhabdodon, which is that a Lambeosaurus? In Asia, Kundurasaurus and Kerberosaurus. Lambeosaurines cohabitate with Saurolophines and the Maastrichtian around the world, except in North America. Maybe in the Appalachian regions, there might be some surprises, but their fossil record is scarce as of now. Yeah, which is weird. It's strange. Why is that? What happens to the Lambeosaurines? And if they were in Laramidia, or excuse me, if they were in Appalachia, that lends further credence to the idea that Laramidia and Appalachia don't actually join up in the latest Cretaceous. The seaway was isolating them until after the asteroid. That's... yeah. That doesn't seem to be the hypothesis that most people are running with at the moment. We can talk about that here. Oh, by the way, thank you, Tom Holtz, for posting this. The final formatted version of the Zano and Napoli paper is... Nanotyrannus paper is finally out. Zano, Napoli, Nanotyrannus and Tyrannosaurus coexisted at the close of the Cretaceous. I think there may have been some goofs in that, like, this paper was kind of released before the formatted version was actually finished, and, like, I'm not totally sure that SVP was supposed to have released the abstract when it did, too. But anyway, let's take a look. Oh, and I forgot, it's a Nature paper, so unfortunately, we, won't be able to take a look at it yet.
Access denied.
So yeah, you have the PDF? If you want to email it to me real quick, Salamander, paleontologizing@gmail. I'd appreciate that. You don't have to if you're on mobile right now or whatever, but yeah. Nope, we haven't done Metazoa yet, Petrodaculus. We will shortly, though. Anyway, one of the figures in that paper
shows North America at the end of Maastrichtian. You see that map there? And they show the seaway extending into North Dakota, but they show Laramidia and Appalachia joining up again. And I'm not... Having spoken with a lot of people who work in Montana and in the Dakotas, in Hell Creek and Paleogene strata, they're not convinced that the seaway actually retreats that far. And I really want to do a stream with some of those folks at some point. Talk about the Western Interior Seaway. Yeah. Jim says it is open source? Wait, shoot, is it? I'm not seeing it as open source. We can buy it for $39.95. I think it's the unformatted one, Jim, that is was available. I just clicked the link.
Access denied.
Yeah. Oh, Jim also sent you a copy. Thank you, Claire, and thank you, Jim. Okay, cool. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Jim. I really appreciate it. There we go. Download it. Download it. Chrome is taking forever. There we go. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Jim.
Access granted.
Good stuff. Can we get some paleo salutes in the chat for Paleo Jim? Appreciate it, Jim. There's that figure there. So one of the ideas that they put forward in this paper is that maybe Nanotyrannus is actually like something related to Dryptosaurus. That it's that, you know, in the late Cretaceous, when you've got North America cut in two by the Western Interior Seaway here, there in the middle, you have these two separate subcontinents that are isolated from each other. In the east, you have Appalachia, and the west, you have Laramidia. One of the ideas that they put forth in the paper is that maybe Nanotyrannus, those seem to be valid now, maybe it's related to Dryptosaurus over here. On a few of the phylogenies that they put together, it falls out near Dryptosaurus, maybe. I mean, it's a very tentative thing. And when I was talking with James Napoli about this at SVP, he was very keen on saying, we don't know. That is one hypothesis. It is not firmly supported yet. It's an idea. Anyway, they propose that maybe when that seaway recedes and you can get from Appalachia to Laramidia, that's maybe where Nanotyrannus comes from. But I don't know. I've talked with a lot of people who work on the Western Interior Seaway and work in the Dakotas and Montana. And they say there's no real evidence that the seaway actually retreats. Like that it's completely gone, that you can actually walk from Appalachia to Laramidia. Even after all these years of studying this sort of thing, we still don't really have a very firm understanding of what the seaway is doing at a lot of these particular moments in time, you know? Like when the asteroid hits.
Are Appalachia and Laramidia still separate, or are they not? Clint Boyd, last year, took me to a site in North Dakota where they have ammonites, like, washed in with Edmontosaurus fossils in this bone bed that they have in the eastern part of North Dakota. So we know that the seaway was there at the time. There's no freshwater ammonites, as far as I know, as far as anybody knows. So there had to have been seaway there. Was it like this? Where there's just a little sliver of it like that? Or was it still separating North America in two? I don't know. Yeah. Anyhow. And Claire Burr says, when folks say how something falls out in a phylogeny, I imagine a pachinko board where the paleontologist drops species in to see where they land. I mean, that's not the absolute worst analogy you could come up with. Yeah. Like, sometimes running a phylogeny is kind of like this. You know? It's not totally randomized in a way that, like, a pachinko board should be. Or, sorry, plinko board. Pachinko is something different. Pachinko is like a pinball game, right? Anyway, what we're talking about here is phylogenies, cladistics. I know there are people watching right now who are going to be unfamiliar with this concept, so let me pull up a really old clip. Here we go.
Evolutionary characters.
The method is called cladistics, a systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics.
So you do this with a computer. You code different characteristics in. It's like you make a little... How could I put this in like Twitch or video game terms? It's like you're drafting up a stats sheet for each of these different critters. And then you're assigning different numeric values to their different characteristics.
These animals are more closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not. These three are more closely related to each other than to the fish because they all have 4 bony limbs.
Anyway, we get this idea, but let's get to the cladistics part.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors, and only a few features are really unique to you. And if we wanted to find you plus your descendants, we'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you and are carried on by your descendants, and not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors. You wouldn't want to say you're related to an ape because both of us have 5 fingers, because, gee, so does a lizard, so does a turtle.
Sure.
You'd want to say that we're related to the great apes because
characteristics
we both
that are
lack
actually
tails.
informative.
And we're big.
Here we
To
go.
find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles.
Yeah. Would the pigs be your data points like Karen? Kind of, Claire. Yeah, I guess so. So in here, this is, oh man. This documentary came out in 1991. This is it's so much more complex than this now. Holy cow. But each of those different 1s and 2s and 0s are different character states. So you would code in different character states. So each one of your different critters has got several numbers that designate the different character states. And you plug those all into a matrix, and then it spits out a family tree.
Sorts through all the evidence supplied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
Yeah.
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx's closest relative was Deinonychus, which was itself derived from other dinosaurs.
So when we're talking about different taxa, different organisms, different species in general, falling out in different places. This is what we mean. Is like they show up on the cladogram in different spots. I really want to do a special live stream about this with an old friend of mine, Jacob Gardner, who is now at University of Reading, I think, in the UK. We were roommates back in Montana. Yeah, obligatory.
And they were roommates.
Oh my God, they were roommates.
Yeah, so I was roommates with Jacob Gardner. There's Jacob right there. Yeah. Really cool guy. Jacob is funny in that he's like a very... When you get to know him, he's like a very sober person, very studious, you know, extraordinarily intelligent, obviously. But he just has this demeanor about him. It seems like very like relaxed, almost. For lack of a better word, almost stoned. And so, even though he's absolutely not, that's just his demeanor all the time, 24/7. He's a very relaxed guy. Like, it's just the way he comes across. And I was talking with Jacob at SVP about doing a special live stream about cladistics, about creating phylogenies like that, getting into Bayesian stuff. And he was like, yeah, that sounds really cool. We should do that sometime. And I'm like, yeah, but we should find a particular date that would make sense. Like, you know, what would be a particular spot on the calendar that we would pick? There would be almost a gimmick there. And he said, what about, like, the birthday of Willy Hennig? So Willy Hennig was a German biologist who kind of came up with this idea of cladistics. Yeah, he worked on flies, phylogenetic inference. Anyway, he's kind of considered like the father of cladistics. Yeah, the founder of phylogenetic systematics, otherwise known as cladistics. So, okay, great. When's the birthday of Willy Hennig? April 20th. 420, okay. So we might be having a 420 cladistics stream. I gotta follow up with Jacob about that, but I think that could be pretty funny. Yeah. And hey, it's Austin. Hey, holy cow, thank you for the Prime sub there. I really appreciate that. There it is.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you. For supporting science outreach here on Twitch, Austin. Really appreciate that. Now you only get one Prime sub per month. Thank you for spending it here. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you very, very much. Good stuff. Because, yeah, like, cladistics is difficult to explain. Jacob calls it tree thinking. And it is kind of tricky.
A note on that.
Here, Amoeba's Sisters actually had a pretty good video about this. We can jump into it a little bit.
When I was a little kid, I was really into animals. I used to get a magazine with animal facts that I loved to share with everyone, sometimes at inconvenient times. I particularly liked insects, which are animals, and I got really good at identifying them. But not perfect, and I recall identifying a certain insect as a bee. It looked like a honeybee, had the stripes, it was on the flower, and I went into my monologue of bee facts to my father, who also is really into entomology. He quietly remarked that it was in fact not a bee. No, it was actually a bee fly, which is classified as a different order than bees, Generally, honeybees have four wings, he said. Most
walking fast, faces passing, I'm homebound.
Ordos Basis, thank you for the 4 months of support. Appreciate you. Thank you for keeping me here online. Good stuff.
Flies like bee flies have two, and bee flies will not sting like honeybees do. Just tricking everyone. My pride was a little devastated. I remember going to the library and painstakingly looking through books into which I found these branchy diagrams that classified bee flies in the order Diptera, whereas bees can be found in the order Hymenoptera. These mysterious branchy diagrams returned again.
Yeah, and a bee fly, Kenneth, here. Bee fly, don't bother me. Here we go. Bee fly. So they are not bees. They are a kind of fly. They've got very fly-like wings because they are flies. And they probably evolved to mimic bees in order to avoid being bothered by predators and stuff. Yeah. Anywho.
Many years later, when I first took biology, except that time I learned the one I saw was called a cladogram.
There we go.
Cladogram. You may hear either pronunciation. The best way to introduce how a cladogram works, a hypothesis of relationships among organisms, is to try and build one. So from our animals video, I'm going to select some animals here from a few different phyla. A type of frog.
And Silvo Trode says, can you put it as a family tree, but for species? Yes, absolutely. But a cladogram is something that you don't just like freehand it. A computer spits it out, essentially. Like that's kind of the idea, is it's based on phylogenetic analysis. And there's a few things that we'll talk about that here. The way that you draw it kind of doesn't matter in a certain manner of speaking. You've got to learn how to read it properly so that you're actually getting the right information out of it. Because the thing is, you can spin it around at any one of those nodes, and it still works. Does that make sense? So we'll talk about this. Again, this is why it's a little bit more, I'm not going to say confusing, but a little bit more complex than just a family tree. So yeah.
A type of sea bunny, a type of lancelet,
hey, MJ Builds,
shark,
hello.
and a maned wolf. Now let's say I have a chart here that looks like this. Going to put the 5 animals in the chart, randomly arranged. Now I'm going to put some specific characteristics in this top row. First is a notochord.
So we actually talked about this with Karen Poole when we were in the field with her this past summer. Let's see. Cladistics.
Yeah. All right.
So
there we go.
We were
dinosaurs.
Trying to make an analogy here using pasta.
So what I have here, and also, and we just raided our little camp kitchen here, and pulled out all the different kinds of pasta we have. So, and what I'm gonna ask chat to do here is to give me ideas about like different features you think that differentiate these different kinds of pasta. So we've got some fettuccine here with some nice wide flat noodles. I'll try and like
here we go.
Here.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Do we have other?
Yeah. So we had hollow or not.
Okay. Lovely.
Yeah.
All right. So I would call that. Let's see. What would we call that character? I'm gonna make it a little biological and call it and just say coelom.
Okay, nice.
So in biology, a coelom is basically when, like us, we have a body cavity. So I'm gonna say coelom, and we're gonna make
that's COELEM, I think. Same root word as in coelophysis or coelacanth, meaning hollow.
That I'll kind of show it to the camera. So we're gonna say present.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of
Diamond
bony
17,
armor.
for the 41 months of support. Is it with a U, Coelum? Okay. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Really appreciate that, Diamond 17. Holy cow. Did you change your username recently, too?
Absent. All right, so basically...
So this was kind of tricky to do.
Yeah, if we root the tree on that, right? Which rooting the tree is making an assumption, right? That is the earliest diverging taxa.
Sure.
But if we start with macaroni,
keep the same hours. Well, I appreciate you, Diamond 17.
Then
Thank you.
What we would find is
Thanks for keeping me here online for 41, 42 months.
So for macaroni, you basically got 2 steps, 2 chains.
Anywho, I think Amoeba Sisters are going to explain this here.
Animals in the phylum Chordata have this, at least at some point in their development. A notochord is a flexible rod-like structure that runs along the back. To add, for animals that are vertebrates, it's there at embryonic development, but often gets replaced by vertebrae, although remnants can often still be found. One of these animals is not in Chordata, and thus does not have a notochord. Which is it?
Sea bunny.
It's a sea bunny. We'll put an X on the notochord indicating the sea bunny doesn't have one. But all the other animals, they have it. Check. Next, vertebrae. This is for the vertebrate animals. We know the sea bunny is a no. Now, these remaining animals are in the phylum Chordata.
Anyway, they're going to continue to go through these, and then...
based on these shared characteristics. I'm going to make a line and put the characteristics along here, starting with characteristics shared by all organisms in the group and moving to those shared by smaller groups. This is arranged using the most simple branching pattern, and it also reflects something called parsimony, meaning it is drawn using the fewest number of evolutionary changes for the characteristics listed. Now, I'll add each organism based on the characteristics it has, placing each organism only after the characteristics it actually has. For example, the sea bunny has no notochord, so I'm placing it before that characteristic. The lancelet has a notochord.
So basically, everything from here on has a notochord. So all of these critters will have it. The sea bunny doesn't. So it goes down here. It's more basal. To use an outdated term, it's more primitive. Big quotation marks around that.
Notochord, but no vertebrae, so it goes after notochord, but before vertebrae. The shark has both a notochord and vertebrae, so it goes past those 2 characteristics. Next, the frog. It has a notochord, vertebrae, and lungs. No hair, though. Finally, the maned wolf. It has all of my selected characteristics. It goes here. You can see that the organism only gets placed beyond the listed characteristic if it has the characteristic.
Yep. Does that make sense?
Now it's time to talk about what we have done. The whole thing is called a cladogram, a hypothesis of possible evolutionary relationships built on specific characteristics that are present in some of these organisms but not in others.
No frogs have hairs.
Those can be indicators of common ancestry. Each intersection spot
How
here
you doing,
represents
Valent?
a node,
Welcome.
an intersection that can represent a common ancestor. This branch here that stems off this node can be considered a clade. A clade includes a common ancestor and its descendants. So while it can be one branch here, a clade can also include more branches. Now to note, our cladogram is not to any specific kind of scale. Our line in our cladogram does not represent a time scale.
Anywho, so we'll be talking more about this when we do a big phylogenetics cladogram stream, but I'll share this link with you for now. To that video from the Amoeba Sisters. Good stuff. And then here, I'll jump back to the beginning of my discussion of cladistics with Karen Poole. There's a timestamp, and there's that. Excellent. Yeah. Anyhow, and we'll talk at a later time about how you can spin a cladogram on any one of these nodes, and it's still, like, everything still holds true in it. So the way to read a tree, it's not entirely intuitive. In fact, I want to say that I recently saved a post on Blue Sky to this effect. What was that? Maybe not. Shoot. Maybe I just liked it. Give me a second here. Let me see if I can track it down. I like too many things. Here we go. Excellent. Let's bookmark that. So, here's the thing, is that you could... You know, this is humans and other primates. You could lay it out like this, but you might confuse people because they might see it the same as this. It's not how evolution works. There we go. So instead, we show them like this, which shows the same evolutionary relationships as the top figure, but without that kind of oversimplified thing. This whole idea of, like... There we go. The March of Progress, or the Ascent of Man. This is, incorrect. Evolution's far more complicated and messy and complex than this. There's all kinds of different side branches going off in different directions and stuff like that. It's not one nice, easy, simple, straightforward progression like this. The family tree of primates is far more... It's much more of like a branching tree or a bush than it is like a straight line of progression. So anyway, in order to avoid people assuming, you know, jumping from this to this, you know, we can portray the very same information on this tree here by just spinning those nodes around like this. And we have this. Here, humans, or modern humans and Neanderthals are still sister species, or sister taxa. And then you have, what is this, like, another genus, or species within Homo right there. And then you have chimps right here, which are sister group to genus Homo. And then you have the gorillas, and then you have, like, old world monkeys over here. It's still the same information as this, you're just not risking that people are gonna read that, you know, straightforward line of progress here, which isn't real. That makes sense? Am I making sense here? Yeah. Happy Road. There you go. Edit that did. Yeah. Yeah. And what are the nodes in that bottom figure? So this would be, I think, genus Homo. This would probably be like Australopiths or something like that, or whatever contains Australopithecines and genus Homo. I guess this would be hominins here. And then hominids, you include chimps. And then you have the great apes here with the gorilla. And then you have, I guess, old world monkeys and apes would be that node right there. Oops. Can't see. Old world monkeys and apes would be this node at the bottom. Yeah, does that make sense? That is funny, Flask. I've never been to Devil's Tower, but I've heard it's very cool to see, and also that you get a lot of people with very wacky ideas showing up, eager to tell you about them. Kind of like in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And what is this song? Asks Solvo Trode. It is called Darude Sandstorm. No, the Mglus Exercises in Surfing 6. That's the title. It's just some surf rock that I have in my personal collection. Anyhow. Scaled Wolf. Like, to what scale is this wolf? Anyway, it says, do you think humans were helped a bit genetically by the... What are you talking about, Scaled Wolf? Oh, is this the, like, History Channel, TikTok, like, Ancient Aliens conspiracy stuff? Oh, boy. No. Here. What I'll say here as a paleontologist is, well, I don't work on human evolution, so that's outside of my personal realm of expertise. I mostly work on dinosaurs. So you would get a much better and more detailed answer from somebody who actually studies human evolution, someone who actually works on those fossils and publishes in that area. I don't do that, but I at least know a little bit because it's semi-adjacent or related to what I do, because I work on other kinds of fossils like dinosaurs. But anyway, as I understand it, we've got a pretty decent understanding of where we as human beings come from. The fossil record is far more complete there than it used to be. A few decades ago, it'd be like, yeah, we don't have very many fossils, and there's a lot of arguments about how to interpret them. Nowadays, we have a lot more fossils, and they're much better studied. We have new means of studying them through, like, new methodologies that people have come up with, new technology, new ways of studying these things. And so we've got a pretty decent understanding of where we come from as human beings. We know which branch of the primate family tree we evolved from, and we're starting to fill in a lot of those gaps, a lot of those missing links, which is a term I don't really like very much. A lot of those missing links are no longer missing. They're just links now. Yeah. There are other people that I could recommend to you who'd be able to tell you about this sort of thing in far greater detail than I could. There's a gal who does a lot of outreach on YouTube. Gutsick Gibbon is her username. Right there. And I'll see if I can find you a decent kind of introductory video about human evolution here. Let's see here. I'm not as familiar with her stuff as I could be. Well, here we go. This is maybe a good place to start. Top 3 misconceptions about human evolution. There you go. If you're curious, you want to learn more, be a good jumping off point there. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Ordos Basis says we should start telling people that Mount Rushmore was made by aliens. I prefer the idea that they're just mostly buried. Yeah. These guys are several thousand feet tall. And we're just slowly excavating them. Actually, what I really want to do at some point, next time I go to North Dakota, I want to print myself up a t-shirt that has Mount Rushmore on it, and then it says in big letters, North Dakota. I think that would be funny. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Hanny says, can cladistics be fooled by convergent evolution? Yeah, a lot of things can mess up a cladistic analysis. It is very much like a garbage in, garbage out kind of process. But there are certain ways to try and avoid those pitfalls. And I'll be talking about that with Jacob when we do a special stream about that. I think that'll be really cool. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anyway, speaking of cladograms and how different critters are related to one another and all of that good stuff, let's get into Metazoa, shall we? Our daily animal guessing game. We'll see if we can get this in fewer than 15 guesses from yesterday. That was abysmal. We've got an hour and 20 minutes to until this resets for the day, so let's get into it.
Hold on to your butts.
Again, this is our daily guessing game where we're trying to figure out what is this mystery animal of the day. And we can use an evolutionary family tree to narrow it down. So this game is kind of heavily biased toward mammals, especially placental mammals. So give me the name of a placental mammal. And Kenneth already says dolphin. That's, yeah. Let's do dolphin. A dolphin is a kind of artiodactyl mammal. What's really cool is that, dolphins... Dolphins evolved from hoofed mammals. So dolphins technically are a kind of hoofed mammal. They no longer have hooves, but that's their ancestry. They came from mammals with hooves on land. That's where whales come from in general. Baleen whales and toothed whales like dolphins. And they still have remnants of whiskers? They do, Ms. Blue Skies. They even have remnants of hip bones and sometimes hind limb stuff from their ancestry, which is really cool. So anyhow, we'll start off with a dolphin, and a dolphin's a kind of placental mammal. Should be a good starting spot. Here we go, and bingo. Yep, see? Dolphins are a member of Boreoeutheria, which is a group of placental mammals. I'll show you on our Tree of Life what I mean here. So, there's all life on Earth. We'll zoom into just animals. Animals are this branch, 1.4 million species, just on this tree. There's more in real life, but many of them have not been named yet. Not been scientifically described. So this tree has 1.4 million species of animals. We'll jump to mammals here. Oh, nope, that's not what we're trying to do. Shoot, not a tour. Darn it. Mammals, there we go. Alright, nice. There's mammals. And how many species of mammals do we have nowadays? I won't play the over 9,000 sound clip because it's not that many. About 5,000 species of mammals, give or take. We guessed dolphin earlier, remember? Dolphin. Dolphins are over here. And Metazoa said, nope, it's not a dolphin. Best I can do for you is Boreoeutheria. That's the way that this game works, is it'll show you the narrowest evolutionary group that includes your guess and the mystery animal. That's how you narrow it down. So the most exclusive clade we got here is Boreoeutheria. So let's zoom out from dolphin to Boreoeutheria. And that should be Eurasiatheria, Boreoeutheria. There we go. So we know that our critter can't be a Laurasiathere, or else it would have said Laurasiatheria. Instead, it's something broader, Boreoeutheria, which tells us can't be this branch, it's got to be this one. The rodents, primates, and more. Which again sounds almost like a I don't know, some kind of shop you would visit. Come on down, rodents, primates, and more. For all your Contoglairan needs. It's got to be a member of this clade. So that's pretty good with one guess. We've been able to narrow it down from 1.4 million species down to just 2,500. It's pretty good. The Silvotrode says, do dogs count as one species? Less, Silvotrode. Here. I'll show you. I'll pull up the tree again. Let's go to Doug. Or, oh, here we go. Dogs are in here. Dogs are not even their own species on this tree. You talk to most mammalogists nowadays. And they say, well, dogs aren't really a species. They're kind of a subspecies of the gray wolf. Since dogs were domesticated from wolves, that's where dogs come from, they're within the wolf species. So yeah, Canis lupus familiaris, there you go. Ms. Blue Skies, yes indeed. So yeah, dogs are a kind of wolf, essentially. A kind of gray wolf, Canis lupus. Anyhow. And hey, Confused Again, good to see you too. Hello, hello. So yeah, Silvotron, dogs count as less than one species, essentially, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. We know our critter is a Boreeutherian, but we know it's not a Laurasiathere. It's not part of this clade. It's got to be over here. Rodents, primates, and more. So, what I'll do here is... Well, we've got a major split at the base of Euarchontoglires. The Euarchontans and Glires. Euarchontans are the primates and their family, their relatives. The Glires are rodents and rabbits and their kin. This is by far the more speciose clade. There's more species in here and Glires, so let's see if we can knock this one out first. Just by the numbers, all other things being equal, it's probably a member of this group. Because again, 2,000 species as opposed to just shy of 400. So it's like 5 times as many rodents and rabbits than there are primates and their relatives. So we'll guess over here, just trying to be clever about this, get it in as few guesses as possible. And then we've got our major split. We have the lagomorphs, 86 species, and then we have the rodents, where it's like 2,000 species. There we go. We're gonna guess a kind of rodent. Let's just do like rat, like Norway rat. And we'll see where that takes us. Okay. We didn't get super close, but that's still really informative. Euarchontoglires. So what does that tell us? It's not a rodent. It's not a member of Glires, but it is part of Euarchontoglires, so it's going to be a Euarchontan, most likely a primate. There's the primates. So within primates, you have the haplorhines here, and you have these strepsirhines there. So strepsirhines are things like lemurs, lorises, and then haplorhines are monkeys and apes. So let's try, I don't know, capuchin monkey. Let's see if that gets us anywhere closer. And it did! Our critter is a simian, but it's not a capuchin. So, here's the Simiformes. Simiformes, there we go. Simians are anthropoids, or higher primates, or primates of the infraorder Simiformes, containing all animals traditionally called monkeys and apes. So, where does the capuchin monkey fall out here? Because we know it's not going to be part of that clade. Capuchins are here. So, it's not going to be part of this clade. It's not going to be a platyrrhine, New World monkeys. It's got to be an Old World monkey, or ape. So we're down to just 146 species now. We're doing pretty well. Is it an ape, or is it an Old World monkey? MJ Builds, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs there. Hey, really appreciate that. Good stuff. Thank you, MJ Builds. I hope you're having an excellent day. Thank you for your generosity. 5 lucky chatters won't have to watch a single ad for the next month. Plus, they'll get all those emotes. Thanks to you, MJ Builds. I appreciate you. Thank you. Good stuff. So here we go. I'm guessing it's going to be some kind of Old World monkey, just by the numbers. That's probably the case. They're more numerous than the apes are. Let's try like a baboon and see where that takes us. Baboon. Okay. It is a catarrhine, but it's not a baboon. So we're on the right track. Oh, which means it's got to be an ape. Okay. It's some kind of ape. But is it a great ape? Or just a so-so ape? I'm kidding. Is it a great ape or is it a gibbon? There's 17 species of gibbon, 7 species of great ape. Normally I would go with a gibbon here. But I don't think there's going to be as many gibbons in this game as there are great apes. So let's try for a great ape. Let's try... They have bonobos and chimps as separate. Let's try bonobo. And see if that gets us anywhere. Okay, we're within genus Pan. It's gotta be a chimp. MJ Builds, thank you for gifting Confused Echidna. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Within genus Pan, you have Pan troglodytes. Right here, the chimpanzee, and you have Pan peniscus. We already tried Pan peniscus. We just guessed bonobo, and it's like, nope. But it's still within this genus, so it has to be...
You need to take some of your own advice.
Chimp.
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Desmodus.
Nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs. Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Desmodus, thank you for the 27 months of support. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Flask says, great ape or just a very, very good ape? It's gonna be a chimp, is what it's gonna be. That's what it is. So without further ado, there we go. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. If the... We would have gotten fewer guesses, I guess, if I guessed one way instead of the other for a few of these. It was like 50-50 shot, but the bigger factor here is just that Metazoa has so many primates programmed into it. There's definitely a bias toward primates, so yeah. Compare that to like, I don't know. How many species of ants are there in the world? Metazoa probably has like 3 in the database. Well, there's probably like hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands. Yeah. Anywho, so there we go. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Let's see if that's worth posting to Blue Sky here. I at least want to see what my average is now. Average guess is 5.5. Yeah, we're not going to post that one. That's okay. But yeah. I know of fire ants and psy ants, says Wombat Hole. But you know about fire eels? Anyhow, yeah. Anyway, we've got a hype train going here. We've got 3 minutes to try and get to a level 2. Let's see if we can get there. I don't know if we're gonna make it to our sub goal for the week. We're almost 3/4 of the way through the week, and like 1/10 of the way to our goal. So we'll see. Great ape or a mid ape, says Petrodactylus. And Ms. Blue Sky says, I'm biased because I study them, but I find strepsirrhines are much more anatomically interesting, not gonna lie, than haplorhines. Interesting. So haplorhines, here we go, haplorhines are the monkeys, apes, and tarsiers. The strepsirhines are the lemurs and lorises and stuff, right? They're strepsirhines. So you're more partial to strepsirhines. Interesting, Misplaced guys. That's cool. Lemurs are really just fun and interesting to look at. They're really cool. I like them a lot. What is this? Little Willow, 400 bits. Are you gonna get the good ending or the bad ending?
Present for you lying in the driveway. Oh boy, really?
Oh, you got the bad ending. Sorry.
I wasted $5 on these.
But you didn't waste $5 on those bits there, Little Willow. You're supporting science outreach here on Twitch, and that is a victory in and of itself. Thank you, thank you. If anybody else would like to cheer 400 bits,
The extinction
see
of
if you get the good
dinosaurs is
ending.
the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence.
Parriot, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Good stuff. Anywho. Metazoa, let me share a piece of news with you. And thank you, Mark Melvin. Holy cow, for the 5 gift subs there. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Mark Melvin. 5 lucky chatters aren't going to have to watch a single ad for the next month. Thanks to you. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. And Fiddler Head Crab on the Roof. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. Extraordinary. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. We're creeping up to a level 4 hype train now. Exquisite. I appreciate that, Fiddler Head Crab on the Roof. Good stuff. And we're not going to be doing Thursday Birds Day tomorrow because we have, actually, I need to check my email. We're doing both an interview and maybe a special event with the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Oh, Lenina, we'll see. Did you get the good ending?
Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh boy, really?
Sorry, Lenina. 50-50 shot.
I wasted $5 on these.
Well, you didn't waste $5 there, Lenina. How many birds days will you fold into one? I don't know, Cacklinsworth. We'll see. It's just the way that things have been working out lately. Thanksgiving was last week, so extra short early stream. This Thursday we have 2 special events going on, so I don't think we'll be doing Thursday Birds Day. We'll see. But yeah. Oh, and hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Has Sweetie Pie made an appearance on today's stream yet? I don't think she has. How are you doing? Chowing down on that plastic cycad? Oh, hang on. Let's see, Silvotrode is trying for it again.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh boy, really?
There we go. Well done, Silvotrode. Thank you for the 400 bits there. We got it. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? You approve? Yeah? What do you think, sweetie pie? What do you think? Oh. You come here for cuddles, or you come here for treats, or for both? I never can tell with you, you know? You don't really use your words. Oh, purring though. Purring. Yeah. Some face squishes. There we go. Yeah. It's kind of Sweetie Pie's favorite thing. All right, let's get you some treats, huh? Let's get you some treats. Good stuff. Yeah, there we go. Nice. There you go. Good stuff. The feeder recommendation was exactly what my kid is. Oh, very cool, Lenina. You got the automatic feeders? That is super cool. I'm glad that's improved your quality of life, as well as the cats. And Confused Kitten wants to know how old Sweetie Pie and the other cats are. Lordy would be the person to ask about that. I want to say like 8 or 9 years old? I don't know. How old are you, Sweetie Pie? And thank you, everybody. 1,200 bits, 17 gift subs. Almost got to a level 4 hype train there. Beautiful. Appreciate that, everyone. Good stuff. Do you want more treats? I think she wants more. Okay, we can make that happen. Satisfied? Meditating. What happened to your Christmas collar, by the way? Did you take that off? Did you take that off? What happened there? Not festive today, says Claire. I guess not. And Sweetie Pie was my third most used emote for last year on Twitch Recap. Did you hear that? You're a celebrity, Sweetie Pie. Third most used emote on the entire Twitch platform, internationally. I think I read that correctly. What do you think? Yeah.
that? Is that good? What? 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 Believe it or not, this is like Sweetie Pie's favorite thing in the world. Try again. Some more? Yeah? Okay. Oh, you're gonna fall asleep here? You're blocking the main camera. Oh. And we can only do a little bit more of this, and then we gotta move on with the show. Yeah. More? Yeah. This is the show, says Niffler. I guess so. Yeah. Welcome to the cat hour on Paleontologizing. It's all felids all the time. Are you looking at yourself on the screen? What's that? Approaching that cat. Oh. Alright, that's probably enough, huh? Let's get you a few more treats, and then send you on your merry way, huh? Huh? Yeah. Get all those. Get those. Ooh, good stuff. Go Dinosaur Dave, yeah. Don't look over there, it's messy. I haven't cleaned things up yet. I've got a lot of improvements I want to make to my space. Haven't had time to do yet. At least I'm not really traveling a bunch for December, so I should have some time, but yeah. Yeah. There we go. That's it. That's it. Oh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Sweetie Pie. Oh, my hair's all chueco. Goodness. We do have some more sad news to share today too, but I feel like we should cover this. As a proud resident of the San Francisco Bay Area, oh, and thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for 49 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Trip to Tasmania. Oh, very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Nice, nice. Did you enjoy the ride? Awesome. If you'd like, you can post a link to your TikTok there, or if you don't have link privileges, you can DM a mod and then have them post it. But yeah. Like I said, I've got some sad news to share with everybody. We lost a
a beloved character here in the Bay Area, a real local celebrity. Here it is on the news.
Breaking news from San Francisco, where we have just learned of the death of Claude the albino alligator. He has been a famous fixture at the California Academy of Sciences, and he just recently celebrated his 30th birthday there. Museum officials say that they had been monitoring Claude lately because he had been losing his appetite, and now they say veterinarians at UC Davis is going to do a necropsy to determine exactly how he died. The museum plans to hold a public memorial for Claude the albino alligator sometime in the near future.
Yeah.
Welcome back
Yeah.
to the Bay Area Beat. I'm Lorena Youb, exploring the rhythm of the Bay in a fresh kind of way. And today's story, well, it's actually in a swamp. San Francisco is home to one of the rarest and most beloved residents in the animal kingdom. Claude, the albino alligator at the California Academy of Sciences, is turning 30. I stopped.
So this just happened. Like, he just had a big 30th birthday celebration.
By to see how the city's favorite reptile is celebrating alongside some of his friends who know him best.
In the still waters of this indoor swamp, a rare and otherworldly creature glides just beneath the surface. Claude, an albino alligator and one of the most beloved residents of San Francisco's California Academy of Sciences, is celebrating a milestone few of his kind ever reach, his 30th birthday. He's watched over by a team of expert caretakers, including biologist Jessica Witherly.
All of our animal care biologists take care of different animals here. So some days I'm looking at starfish with our microscope, and other days I am climbing into this pit and feeding Claude with my other caretakers.
Shark Geek says, what's the normal life expectancy of a gator? I know it's higher in captivity than it is in the wild. I want to say 30 is pretty good. But I don't really know. I don't know. Somebody can look it up. 30 to 50 years in the wild, says Murph. Interesting. Okay. Not sure if the albinism affects their lifespans or not. And I don't know if Claude is truly albino or just leucistic. So albino is generally like a total lack of pigment, which that's usually accompanied by like pinkness in the eyes and other parts of the body like that. You get kind of a pinkish hue. And I don't know if Claude had that or not.
The Cal Academy of Sciences is home to over 38,000 live animals, but none quite like Claude, whose rare condition makes him one of a kind.
Oh, and there is some pink around his eyes there. I don't know if I've ever actually seen his eyes in person. Very good life, just lazing around his enclosure, sleeping 23 hours out of the day. It's a good life for a croc, you know?
Claude has become this massive icon to the San Francisco community. Everyone loves him and his story. He's got 2 children's books, and we get news articles or info from kids across the United States saying how much they love Claude. So he's kind of become this iconic character.
Born without melanin, Claude's brilliant white appearance is the result of albinism, a genetic trait that would make survival in the wild nearly impossible. But here in San Francisco, as a rescue, Claude is not just surviving, he's thriving.
He would not survive in the wild as an ambush predator, and then everyone would be able to see him. They'd unfortunately eat him, and also he would get sunburned and turn into a very uncomfortable pink alligator.
From regular health checkups to gentle scrubs, Claude receives the kind of care that ensures a life as relaxed as his temperament.
Aww.
He's a very calm guy. A lot of people don't think he's real because he doesn't move that much. But I've never been scared. Luckily, at the
My dad used to make the same joke every time we'd go to the California Academy of Sciences, which I'd probably been there a couple times when I was a kid. Maybe 3 or 4 times even. My dad would always make the same joke. Be like, Mijo, did you see the plastic alligators? Dad, those are real alligators. They look plastic to me. They haven't moved. Yeah.
Tons of opportunities, so we feel very confident and comfortable whenever we're working with our animals.
And although Claude may be a little bit different, here in the Bay Area, he's right at home.
Now, there's estimated to only be 100 to 200 albino gators in the world. So Claude really is a legend. The party continues all month long. You can check out Cal Academy's website to learn more. Until next time, thanks for catching the Bay Area Beat.
There you go. So, R.I.P. to Claude. Let's take a look at when he first arrived in
Alligators
the Bay Area.
Are no muss, no fuss travelers. There are 2 8-footers in this truck, packed in crates for the 4-day drive from Florida to San Francisco. All they need is a fan to keep them cool.
They could go months without anything to eat.
Gator hauler Rick Cleveland keeps track of the animals by peeking into the crates. During the trip, he sleeps in the truck.
It's just like a baby. I don't leave it. No matter what it is, I don't leave it.
Now the challenge is to get the alligators out of their crates and into their new home. Academy staff members can't wait to see the show. First, the gators are taken out for a medical exam. But this rare albino alligator isn't exactly eager.
Oh. Wow.
So do you want to jump on him?
Yep.
It's a very nerve-wracking process, obtaining the animal, packing it up, shipping it, and then getting it, unpacking it, checking its medical condition, and then releasing it into the exhibit.
In addition to the albino male, there is a standard color female arriving today. The gators travel with their mouths taped closed. After they're examined, they're put back in their crates to be moved to their exhibit area. But first, the handler has to take the tape off.
Let go, Brian.
That's a little nerve-wracking.
Nicole, drop it.
A few minutes later, the crate is lowered into the swamp tank. Handler Rick Cleveland has been doing this kind of work for 20.
And Petractylus makes a really good point, yeah. So the muscles to open the jaws are not particularly strong. Those closing jaw muscles are the strong ones. So with just a little bit of electrical tape, you can actually hold an alligator's jaws closed, even a huge alligator. Maybe more than a little bit, but you go a few times around the end of the snout with the electrical tape, and that's enough to hold those jaws together.
20 years, but you can't be too careful.
It can be quite tense and so on, but today's procedure, we rehearsed it 2 or 3 times before today with boxes and bags of sand and so on.
Finally, the gators are in the water, getting used to their new home. The Academy expects them to be a prime attraction, just like the alligators in the original Steinhardt Aquarium. The old swamp tank was one of the museum's most popular exhibits.
I remember this when I was a kid.
When it was taken apart, the bronze seahorse railing was
iconic,
along with the hand-painted tiles put in 1923. But the new tank has some improvements. And now the rock island in the center has radiant heating.
When gators feed, they tend to eat large meals, and then they like to find somewhere warm to go and sleep.
Both alligators in the exhibit are American alligators bred in captivity.
Alligator mississippiensis is the genus and species name.
The white coloring is a natural mutation, but in the wild, albino babies rarely survive.
And what happens in nature is those animals are usually quickly removed by predators because it's like a flashing neon sign, eat me.
These 2 alligators were born in 1995. Here at the Academy, they're expected to live many decades. And as for Rick, the gator hauler, so long, farewell, and how about a goodbye kiss?
No.
And that was Dan Ashley. The alligators were eventually named Bonnie and Claude. Get it? But after a few months, it was clear they didn't get along. So Bonnie was sent back to Florida. Claude just celebrated his 23rd birthday. You can watch our entire ABC7 special on the creation of the new Academy at abc7news.com. I saw Claude yesterday. He was just cruising in the water.
Claude's a big boy.
Yeah, Claude's
I don't want to mess with
Yeah, so iconic critter. Sad to have lost him. Here's one more quick video here.
We have some sad news to share from the California Academy of Sciences. You know this guy here. Its beloved albino alligator Claude has died. ABC7 News reporter Suzanne Fawn has more on the San Francisco icon's life. So many people in San Francisco know and love Claude. He was an ambassador. He was an unofficial mascot here for nearly 2 decades. Claude the albino alligator, a celebrated figure in San Francisco, has died after a suspected infection. After 17 years at the California Academy of Sciences, he had countless fans. He stood out not just for his albinism or missing finger, but for how he brought people together. When was the last time you saw Claude, and what do you remember?
7 years ago, my nephews, they enjoyed it. It was really nice, made a lot of kids happy, family as well. And then sad to hear this news that he passed away.
Julian just came back from Thanksgiving vacation, and for 2 days he was very adamant about seeing Claude, he loves Claude, but it was very unusual for him to be really adamant about seeing him. We didn't get to make it yesterday, but we finally got to make it today, and then we found out the news, and it was so sad.
Claude helped attract millions of visitors. Claude would get fan mail, gifts, and artwork from fans around the world. He just celebrated his 30th birthday in September.
There's his birthday cake.
Late today, museum authorities released this statement saying, quote,
It's made of fish
Claude
and
showed
ice,
us
I
the
think.
power of ambassador animals to connect people to nature and stoke curiosity to learn more about the world around us. The UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine will be looking into how and why Claude died. At Golden Gate Park, Suzanne Fawn, ABC 7 News.
Yeah. That is really sad. And that also brings up feelings for me, too, because the veterinary hospital at University of California, Davis was where we took Sasha, my big sister, when, she's a Cocker Spaniel I grew up with. I'm hoping to do some work with the California Academy of Sciences in 2026. And we might even be able to do some live streams from there. They're one of the institutions that I'm going to be contacting soon. They're not at the top of my list at this point, but Cal Academy is cool, and they're right here in the Bay Area. It would be wonderful to be able to go visit with their lungfish Methuselah, Australian lungfish. As far as we know, the oldest captive aquarium fish in the world. Captive aquarium fish. Oldest fish in a public aquarium anywhere in the world. Probably over 100 years old. It'd be wonderful to be able to hang out with her on stream. Talk with some of her keepers and stuff. There's several specimens that I'm eager to look at in the collections at the Cal Academy. Probably not on stream, but looking forward to hopefully doing some stuff with the Cal Academy in 2026. But yeah. But yeah. Anyway, we're gonna miss Claude, but clearly he made an impact on a lot of people. And that's important. As an animal ambassador like that. As a critter living in captivity, he was clearly pampered, very well taken care of. As an albino alligator, he got to live to the age of 30. That's unheard of. In the wild, that absolutely would not have happened. So good for him. Cheers to Claude. 30 years, a life well lived. Speaking of museums and the impact that they have on people, I found a cool little video on other animals who are deceased. Sometimes they can go on to have a tremendous impact on people, a positive role.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Lenina, for gifting Alexander. I appreciate that, Lenina. Thank you. Yeah. Here, check this out. Hang on, that's weird. What's going on? There we go. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Okay, here we go.
So this is a European starling skin. It's wet now because it started through the washing process. Earlier this year, we skinned it. Unlike a mammal, you leave the bones in birds, leg bones and wing bones. So this is a leg bone, all cleaned. The muscle is gone, all right? Here we have wing bone. My name is Timothy Allen Bobart. I'm the staff taxidermist for the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County, and I've been on staff for 40 years. A reframing diorama hall starts with Getty support as part of their PST exhibit series, where the connection was the crossover between science and art. And luckily for me, the museum decided that what's a great crossover to show people is dioramas. We decided, okay, where are we going to put that exhibit? And we had a fourth diorama hall that was called the Exotic Mammal Hall that had been closed for more than 30 years. The biggest concern was animals are being wiped out. They're disappearing at a tremendous rate. And so how are we going to highlight that? How are we going to inspire people? Well, let's show them that animal. It's interesting when you look at a bird, right? Most people don't realize how much bare skin there is on a bird.
That's true, yeah. Part of me does wonder whether Claude is going to go on display later, if he will be able to continue that mission of being an animal ambassador even after his passing. I know that's kind of an odd thing to wonder about out loud so soon after his passing, but I don't know. What do you think, Jeff? Yeah. Taxidermy, if done right, will inspire future generations, says Alexander Morrison. That's kind of what I think, yeah. But I'm wondering what other people think, too. This starling here, starlings are incredibly common birds here in the U.S. They're invasive. They're hated by a lot of people. But this bird is going to go on to have an important role in advocating for conservation, even after its death, you know? Yeah.
Unless they're wet. But there is
interesting
lots
okay.
of bare skin. And this bird has kept its feathers. I'm going to turn it inside out so we can see the skull. And there's still a little flesh.
Little grizzly here, so
I'm
look
gonna-
away if
I'm gonna
you're bothered by
clean
this
that
sort of
off.
thing, like I am.
Do a last little cleaning here on the head. In this exhibit, we're trying to highlight the loss that happened to bird populations all over the world. On the floor beneath it is skeletons, piled up skeletons. And these would have been albatross on an island where our director at the time in 1911 went to this island and there were lots of birds, and he went back shortly thereafter and there were 0 live birds left, and all he saw was piles of bones. For me, what were
And Ms. Blue Sky is interesting. They don't use chemicals for that. So the standard practice for a lot of critters, I guess except for birds, because you often want to preserve the feathers. If you want to skeletonize an animal, usually use what we call dermestid beetles. Well, not what we call. They're called dermestid beetles. And this can be, again, it might seem kind of gross, kind of morbid, but this is standard practice. So here's a video from the California Academy of Sciences here. This is a sea otter skull here that they want to be able to use in their collections for science or maybe for teaching purposes. And it's, it's still got a lot of flesh and stuff on it. In order to be able to get those beautiful, clean bones, use dermestid beetles. Check it out. So in 4 days, these beetles clean a sea otter skull. So these are the larvae of these beetles. And I've worked with dermestids before. Again, this is standard practice. As paleontologists, most of us are familiar with this because if we study vertebrate animals, we're studying their bones. In order to get the surface of the bones all clean and white and pretty like that, this is how you do it. Beach Boys Iron Maiden cover. The Trooper Iron Maiden Surf Rock cover. Yeah, there you go, Shark Geek. Yeah. And how do they store the beetles for future use? You keep them in a terrarium, and then you have to feed them periodically. This music actually fits really well with this. Sea otters have such cool looking skulls. Yeah. A skeleton in a museum feels totally fine. I mean, well, I've met some people who still think that seeing the bones of a creature is kind of morbid, but I don't know. But I agree with you. It's like this process might seem kind of gross, but the end result is beautiful and clean, and look at that. Yeah. And the insects don't damage as much as acid or alkali. Exactly, Wombat Hole. Yeah. Here it is. This is from the Field Museum of Chicago.
People are always freaked out a little bit, but mostly it's the smell.
Yeah, the smell is really
Oh,
gross.
there's a little noise to it. You can hear the sound of the beetles, especially when you have a lot of larvae in there and eating so fast, you can hear that little...
Yeah.
Most people are pretty fascinated by it once they get past that initial hurdle of flesh-eating beetles.
Yep.
My name is Ben Marks. I'm the head of zoological collections and the collection manager of birds.
My name is Mary Hennon, and I am the assistant collection manager for the bird department at the Field Museum.
We've done some
These
streams in the
scavenger
Field Museum
beetles,
before.
they're called flesh-eating beetles. The scientific term would be dermestid beetles. They eat all the meat away, and we're left with the bones itself.
Yep.
We use dermestid beetles to actually prepare museum specimens, and in particular, we've used dermestids to prepare our huge data set on migratory birds.
Running them through the live dermestid colony is the most efficient way of cleaning that meat off.
Over the last 30 years or so, we've actually added about 80,000 specimens of migratory birds that have met their unfortunate demise as they were either making their way south or north through Chicago. Many of those birds would have been swept up in the early morning hours by building managers and thrown into dumpsters and totally lost to science. Now those birds are actually coming here, which can be used in studies to learn more about bird behavior in general, bird biology, and especially bird migration.
So again, I want to emphasize that this... I don't want people to think that this is like a morbid fascination kind of thing. This is for science. You know, if you want to truly understand, for instance, migratory birds, this is the way to do it, you know? Studying those specimens. How did they die? What do their skeletons look like? Are we seeing changes over time in the proportions of their limbs or in the shape of their skull or something like that? It's a way to kind of track evolution over time. If you've got specimens from different times, even just decades apart, you might notice certain trends that can be crucially important for being able to save these birds if their populations are declining, for instance.
Biology and especially bird migration.
First, you find it dead.
And how long the
you
larvae
bring
can
it
work
into
like
the
this?
museum.
Well, you've got like what we call a domestic colony. So the larvae are growing up into adults, and then the adults lay more eggs, and then those eggs become larvae.
It's going
So
to get logged into a
it's
field
kind of a continuous
catalog
thing.
book. And you're going to record where
It's
it
on a
was
rolling
found and when it
basis.
was found. And we're going to record things that we're going to lose as well. So we're going to weigh the bird. It then gets photographed. It gets to the roughers where we take the feathers out of the way. We record fat levels. We can look inside and say, hey, it's a boy, it's a girl. Then a little tissue is going to be safe for genetics. Then it becomes a process of waiting for it to go into the bugs.
It's a whole involved process.
Our rule of thumb generally is a passerine up to a woodcock can literally be cleaned overnight.
Wow.
Something larger, you think of an owl or a hawk or a heron or something along those sides, that's going to take anywhere from 3 or 4 days to a week to clean off. So you put something larger to get you through the weekend and small stuff that you can process on a day-to-day basis.
Our dermestid beetle colony may be one of the most productive in the United States. Every year we prepare 4,000 to 5,000 bird skeletons that we add to our collection. And we've had these same beetles here at the museum for 50-ish years, obviously not the same individuals. But the same lineage of beetles has been preparing skeletons for us for the last 4 or 5 decades.
So there you go. Potentially 50 years, Claire. Yeah. Yeah.
It can be.
And Ms. Blue Sky says maybe the primary advantage here over maceration is speed. Maceration seems to take over a week for a large skull. So yeah, if you're going to be like soaking it in water or other chemicals. But that's also like you need a big tank for that. Like it requires more work with people's hands. Like you still have to mechanically remove some of the flesh. Dermestid beetles, the beetles themselves can be more difficult to get hold of, but once you have them, it's a very like efficient way of processing a carcass like this, defleshing it, skeletonizing it, we would say. So this is really the preferred means of doing things if you can do it this way, you know.
It'd be difficult to maintain a dermestid colony like we have here for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
Those tanks actually fill up with beetle poop essentially, and the beetles that have died over the course of the year. And so as long as we clean out their aquaria, regulate the environment, and keep them well fed, they're gonna keep producing specimens for us.
My domestic beetle room. They're my staff. They work for room and board.
There you go. Here's a link to this video here. And let me give you a link to the previous one too, which I think I neglected to do. Oh, maybe not. Anyway, we'll continue with this one about dioramas. So, the guy in this video at the Los Angeles Museum was preparing these specimens by hand, but I think a lot of these probably will have been prepared by dermestid beetles too.
What we're trying to do, I think we have a...
And Dan the BC Man, can you buy the beetles online? Yeah, you can buy dermestid beetles. Yeah. They can be tricky though. Like I know people who've tried to have colonies of dermestid beetles in their backyard and something goes wrong and they all die. It gets too cold or something like that. Also, dermestid beetles can cause infestations in certain places. You really got to watch out for that. Wiped out by dermestid beetles. There we go. This is from 2004. I remember being in like middle school and presenting this to the class when we would do like a science news thing. So like everybody in the class would have to come up with a science news story. And I remember presenting on this one. At the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco, before they moved to their current building, they moved to a temporary location on Howard Street for a little while, like in downtown San Francisco. Small facility. And they had this huge exhibit on ants. The army ants were kind of the... there was leafcutter ants and army ants. And the army ants were really like the draw for the crowd. Like everybody wanted to come see the army ants. But Academy's army ants lose the battle to a lowly beetle. The meat-eating army ants of Trinidad and other tropical locales are such fierce predators that they're known as the Huns and Tartars of the insect world. But apparently they're no match for the humble North American dermestid beetle. What? So learned the biologists at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco, where a handful of beetles got into a big glass display case, multiplied like mad, and decimated the huge colony of army ants, starring in the exhibition Ants, Hidden Worlds Revealed. The show opened in April in the Academy's temporary home on Howard Street, near 5th Street. The other species on display, among them leafcutter, honeypot, and Argentine ants, didn't meet the beetles and are going about their business as usual. But all of the 1.2 million army ants that had been painstakingly captured in Trinidad's rainforest and flown here by Academy entomologist Brian Fisher are dead. The beetles devoured their food as well as all their eggs and larvae, destroying the first big colony of army ants brought into the museum for a long-term study. These ants can take down birds and small animals, said Jim Evans, the Academy biologist who was caring for the ants. They're vicious. We figured they could take on anything. Nope, apparently. But the scientists figured wrong when they assumed that the beetles, which had piggybacked their way into the museum in a crate of live crickets from Visalia. I know where Visalia is. Oh no, maybe I don't. I'm thinking of Cordelia. They thought they would not endanger the army ants, which were being fed the crickets. The larvae of the dermestid beetle, the name comes from the family name Dermestidae, often find their way into cricket feed, and they've never posed a problem to any of our other animals, Evans said. He and his colleagues noticed an increase in beetle activity this summer, and by mid-August they knew something was wrong with the ants. The reproductive cycle, which had been flowing smoothly, had stopped. So I think it turns out it was the hairs on the beetle larvae that were too long, and the ants couldn't reach their bodies past the hair with their mandibles. So the hairs acted like a shield for the beetles, if I remember correct. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. The ants would come to the larvae and get all excited and try to bite them. The army ants bite and sting their prey repeatedly, but they couldn't bite this larvae because it has really long body hairs. They couldn't grab onto the hair. Even if they could, he added, there's a chemical in the larvae hair that's indigestible. The beetles, however, had no trouble gobbling up all the ant eggs and larvae, and basically the queen couldn't keep laying enough eggs to sustain the colony, Evans said. The queen was never found, and he assumes the beetles chewed her up, too. He thinks the adult ants made the trip from Trinidad, that the adult ants that made the trip from Trinidad simply died of starvation. Yeah. So anyway, interesting article from SF Gate. Yeah. Beard stocks just went up, said Fall Machine. Yeah, this will protect me from army ants. Anyway, interesting. Yeah. And Visalia is north of Bakersfield, about 40 minutes south of Fresno. Okay, thank you, Otter Do It, Dr. Morbius. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, dermestid beetles. Really commonly used in the museum world. But, man, can they cause problems, I guess, when they get into different areas. You also don't want them in, well, actually, no, I guess it's other kinds of beetle that you don't want in other parts of your museum. Or on, textiles and stuff like that. Anyway, let's get back to this video about museum dioramas.
A better collective understanding about the importance of habitat, but we still got to keep going.
Oh, look at that coelacanth there. Beautiful model of a coelacanth. So nice.
Dioramas go back to really the turn of the last century, when instead of something like our bird hall, where everything's lined up and organized on shelves, the idea was, let's try and do something that's more natural, that's more captivating. My first memory of seeing dioramas in a museum was here at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County, when my mom would come in and she would bring me here. That was certainly a happy place for me. And the fascination when I got here was, wow, look at that diorama. It really looks like a real place, like a place I could go. And I would wander our diorama halls, and I was fascinated.
And now he works there. How cool is that, you know?
Dioramas you can build around anything. The first thing when I'm trying to plan a diorama, or when I'm looking at our existing dioramas and trying to get an idea of what they were going for, is what is the perspective, right? What's going to be the focal point as far as...
Net Negative says, I need to go to the museum in my area. It's been a minute. You absolutely should, yeah. Museums, I can never say enough nice things about museums. I'm very much a museum person. As a paleontologist, as a scientist, as a science communicator, museums are my happy place, you know? When I go out into the field and collect fossils, I'm not doing that for a personal collection. Certainly not for fortune and glory either. It's collecting those fossils for a museum collection. They'll be there in that museum long after I'm dead, to be studied by future paleontologists, and to be enjoyed by the public. Museums are, in my humble opinion, one of the best and maybe most important things about human society. Museums are a repository for knowledge that we can pass down to the next generation. They're a way to hold on to human understanding of the world around us and build on it year after year. Museums are a big part of what drives this continuation of knowledge throughout the centuries. In many ways, museums are kind of like the beating heart of civilization, you know? They're a way that we can not just advance science, but also teach the general public and inspire people to get interested in the natural world. Plants and animals and fungi and ecosystems, and that's vitally important, I think. You know? Think about kids growing up in the city. Maybe they don't have anything but the most tenuous connection to nature. To a 5-year-old kid growing up in the middle of a city, their idea of nature might be like, oh yeah, there's the neighborhood cat walking up the block. There's a rat scurrying in the wall. There's some pigeons on the sidewalk. There's a cockroach on the floor, you know? Here's trees that were planted by the city. And then maybe there's nature documentaries on TV. You see pictures of animals in books and stuff. But to go to a museum like this, it's like you're catapulted into nature. You're immersed in it. Here's a Triceratops skeleton from all the way over in Montana. And you, as a school child in New York City, you get to see this with your own eyes. You get to be there in the same room. You get to see how big it is compared to you. That's a magical thing, you know? And sure, like, you've also got brilliant zoos in New York City you can visit. And that's really cool to see live animals in enclosures like that, but one of the things that the AMNH does, the American Museum of Natural History in New York, is that they have these brilliant dioramas. In fact, they kind of pioneered the idea of a diorama like this. And this museum we're seeing here in this video in Los Angeles, they're kind of following the lead of AMNH, as I understand it. Here you have a depiction of an animal in its natural habitat that's more immersive than like what you would see in a zoo. It's also a snapshot, but you can walk around and get different perspectives on it. You can sit there and really just almost feel yourself tumbling headlong into that environment. You can imagine those Himalayan winds blowing over this landscape. you can sit there and kind of meditate on it in a way that, like, it's not as easy to do in a zoo, I guess. You know? It's so cool. It's so important to have this kind of thing, you know?
So you got to sort of work to create that.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to need to fluff the bird a little bit. And I use a fluffing compound to kind of dry out the feathers. If you think about birds, one of the things they do is, right, you see them and they take a dust bath, you know, fluff in. So I just basically did the same thing. So now we need a body. So what I do when I'm making a body is I wrap some stuff called Excelsior. So it's a wood wool material.
Huh.
And I'm just going to take it and sort of mold it in my hands. Take my thread, and I'm just going to take and I'm going to wrap that.
The bird looks tired. The bird's dead.
It's starting to
Sorry.
shape up. It's a little small. I'm going to add just a little more to it. When I'm doing birds, I want the body to be a little bit loose. It's actually pretty close. So I'm just going to finish wrapping this up. Something like that. So it's a little rounded on the back. It's fairly full in the chest, sort of an A shape, narrow in the hips, back at the pelvis, and then wider, of course, at the wings. As a kid, the way I found out about taxidermy was reading books. When I was 10 years old, that's what I did, reading and learning everything I could that way. And my parents, when I brought home a roadkill skunk at 11, what are you going to do with that? And I said, well, I have the booklets and stuff. I'm gonna do taxidermy on it. You got to have tolerant parents, right? The fascination that I have.
It's going to be pretty tolerant, too. Brought him a skunk. He started with a skunk? Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah.
There as a kid is still what I have today. I've learned a few more things, of course, over the years of how to create the illusion of life, but it's still taking that animal, whatever it might be, and trying to bring it back
first
to
job,
a
I know, right? Sure,
representation of itself. So I'm going to take one of these wires, I'm going to run it through, bend it down, back up. So that's going to be my neck wire, and I'm going to tie it down a little bit. So now I need to run that neck wire into my skull, and it's going to run through the skull into the upper mandible.
It's so cool that we get to see this process unfold.
Ease everything down a little bit. Make sure everything's kind of flowing where it should be. But now, if it's going to be considered art, now is where that artistic thing happens, because I could raise the wings, I could lower the wings, I can make a decision about the final.
And your grandfather's a taxidermist? Yeah, that is the word in English too. Look, Hermans, yeah. Yeah.
Look for the bird after it's assembled, because I can move it around. This little starling is going to be beautiful. Is it art? Or is it scientific illustration? Well, that's for you, the viewer, to decide. Do I think animals are artistic? Oh, yeah, I do. Nature is all around us. You don't have to be out in the wilderness. You can walk through your neighborhood and you can see wildlife, right?
Yep.
If you look for it.
That's cool. That's very cool. Here's a link to that video right here. I wonder if we can find... Here's a video from AM&H kind of talking about this. And again, the American Museum of Natural History in New York is kind of where this medium was born. Or at least where it achieved kind of its zenith, I would say. Okay, we'll take a look at this. This will help to illustrate this point. And they do still use glass eyes, Luke Current Gaming, yeah. It's cool seeing these behind-the-scenes photos, you know?
Carl Lakely, who is associated with this museum, is credited with creating the very first habitat diorama in 1889 at the Milwaukee Public Museum, which is still on display there.
Really?
By 1909, he takes on a job here at the American Museum. Really, the diorama traditions and the methods and protocol for collecting them was already firmly established here at the American Museum by our first ornithologist, Frank Chapman. Frank Chapman is credited with really designing the very first alcove case, which we still use today with the frame-like window, the proscenium that you look through onto the curved background painting. And really, it was Carl Lakely who embraced Frank Chapman's approach of actually recreating a real place in nature. Chapman insisted that his artists, his taxidermists, would travel with him to the location and actually do a plein air painting and record the actual site, collect all the plants and accessories at that location. So really the history of dioramas as an educational tool really are entwined with the whole history of the American Museum of Natural History.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
That kind of ties in with this too. Nerduino, thank you for the 31 months of support. Really appreciate that. Looking forward to our crossover stream next weekend too, by the way. Not this coming weekend, but the weekend after, right? Can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun. Anyway, good to see you, Nerduino. Thank you for the ongoing support. I really appreciate that.
They first appear as museum exhibits in the late 1800s, and of course this predates modern photography, certainly predates color photography, and of course it predates television and computer technology. So these exhibits, when they first appear, were very powerful tools for science education and environmental nurturing, environmental awareness.
So yeah, I mean, shoot, at a time before photography even, this was the best way to get an audience to understand, you know, here's the habitat this animal lives in, and here's the animal. It's like, boom, you're there when you look at a diorama like this. That's the closest you can get without actually traveling to that location. Like, it's like a magic window into this habitat. That's so cool, you know?
Chapman actually used these exhibits as tools to campaign for protection. Some of his sites, like Pelican Island on the coast of Florida, he recreated that diorama to draw attention to the plight of birds like egrets and brown pelicans who were being slaughtered at that time. He appealed to Theodore Roosevelt by showing him this diorama, and Roosevelt responded by designating Pelican Island as the very first wild bird preserve. And of course, when you look at Carl Lakely and his creation of the gorilla diorama and his campaign as a result of working on that exhibit and gathering the data for that exhibit, campaigning for the preservation of the gorilla, they have an international impact on wildlife conservation as well.
Cool. Oh, let me find that. Let me give you that URL, huh? there we go. Hanny has had a question here. How do paleontologists figure out dinosaurs' natural posture? That's a good question. You know, if you're going to create a diorama of a dinosaur, like that new one they have at AMNH, their Impact, End of the Age of Dinosaurs exhibit. There's the Triceratops there. And then, of course, you've got mounted skeletons and stuff, too. You got to figure out the postures for these critters in order to do that. A big part of it is just studying the skeleton overall. So, for instance, I guess while we're on the subject of AMNH, 5027, we talk about the, Yeah, here we go.
Scientific discovery. The first really complete skull and skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus ever discovered. Since the early 1900s, we've had many decades to absorb T-Rex into our own cultural fabric.
This specimen, seen by millions of visitors every year, has shaped our collective idea of what a dinosaur is.
Yep.
In the beginning, this was T-Rex.
Uh-huh.
9 years later, in 1915, crowds thrilled at the sight of a towering Tyrannosaurus Rex.
This is the only one on display in the world for like 50 years or something like that. I think until the 1960s, this was the only Tyrannosaurus skeleton mounted in a museum anywhere on the planet, as far as I know. Yeah. And where's the alert? Ash Odenkar, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thank you, Ash. I hope you had an excellent stream. How are you doing? Welcome. Space Monkey, JT, and Derived Hearts, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Sorry, I haven't been around much. No worries, Ash. Hey, I'm glad you've returned. Things are good. For anybody who might be new here, let me introduce myself real quick. Quick little video. My name's Danny. I'm a paleontologist. I think I say that in this video, don't I? Here we go. And welcome, John J.M. Combe and Katri. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Hope things are good.
My name is Danny Andu.
There we go. There's the raid alert. It's delayed. Stream Element seems to be having some trouble right now. But thank you, Ash Odenkar. Really appreciate the raid. There we go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. That's me. Welcome. Ash, what were you doing on your stream? Farming Simulator 25. 25 of those now. That's pretty cool. Hope you had fun with it. Is that the 25th one? Or is that for 2025? Or is it both? Yeah. Anywho. A lot of chill games to focus on chatting with the community. Very nice, Ash. Very, very cool. And a lot of people apparently are fans of Farming Simulator 25. Apparently it is the year. Okay, good to know. Well. Before we get back to our video, we should return to the 3D printer and see if anybody else has a guess as to what our thing might be that we're printing. Any guesses here? Vertebrate? Legend of Zelda Tree? No. Well, we'll check in later as it continues to print. I think some folks might be on the right track. But, anyway, for the moment, we were talking about posture in dinosaurs, and I was using this as an example. Tyrannosaurus. This is AMNH 5027. This is the same Tyrannosaurus specimen that, even if you've never heard that name before, AMNH 5027, you are familiar with this T-Rex specimen, I promise you. Here it is today at AMNH in New York City. This is the old way that they had it mounted. But, this is where you've seen it before. Undoubtedly. The Tyrannosaurus in the Jurassic Park logo is this same Tyrannosaurus. It's the same one. And this video actually talks about this. Here,
This is the king of time. For many of us, Tyrannosaurus rex is the dinosaur, our lens into a lost world. Since its discovery, the word Tyrannosaurus has been used in print more than twice as many times as any other dinosaur name. And T-Rex landed its first starring role the same year as Rudolph Valentino.
And the movie comes on, and you get to the part where they're finally going to the park, and there is the sign, and you're like, oh my God.
Universal Studios had licensed Chip's design and adapted it, almost unchanged, for the poster.
Yep.
See? It still has the bump.
The ectopterygoid there, which is shunted to the side in this specimen.
It's specimen 5027's birthmark, distinctive and unique among all fossils.
Yep.
So this
and there they just went through
birthmark.
Distinctive
Here. And unique among
Here we go. Glad we paused on this. This is at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco. We were just talking about that institution. This is like the only dinosaur that they have on non-avian dinosaur they have on display, unfortunately. But this is the Black Beauty specimen from Canada. One of the smaller T-Rex specimens. But that's there in the lobby as soon as you walk in at the Cal Academy. Cal Academy T-Rex. There we go. That is the Black Beauty specimen there at the front of the Cal Academy. This almost looks like it used to be in the back. It's in the front now. There we go. Yeah. Anywho, we were talking about Tyrannosaurus posture, and I was using this as an example in the same video. And I don't think they yoinked the teeth out of the skull there, Lenny. I think it came like that. But yeah.
It was a monster with enviable posture. But paleontologists already knew the stiff prizefighter stance wasn't right.
Yep.
Planning models showed more nimble animals, but the metal rods that had to hold up several tons of fossil could only support the T-Rex in a very vertical pose. And thus were born generations of tremendous tail draggers.
So we kind of knew from the start that that posture wasn't correct. It was kind of a technological limitation at the time. Before, like a lot of dinosaurs had been reconstructed in this upright pose, kind of like we see here with Iguanodon, standing upright almost like a kangaroo or something. This was an old idea from like the late 1800s. This kangaroo-like stance. But it became clear pretty early on that these animals not only didn't do that on the regular, they kind of couldn't. Yeah.
It started with the skeleton and this early illustration by Charles Knight, done for the museum. One of the first dinosaurs on film was almost an exact copy.
Yep.
This is T-Rex's movie debut in a 1918 film called The Ghost of Slumber Mountain.
Yep.
That same animator would go on to make King Kong.
Yeah, that's Willis O'Brien. We'll be doing a special stream for Willis O'Brien's birthday.
And the museum Tyrannosaurus.
Anyway, let's find that real quick. Is it February or March? January, February, March. There we go. Monday, March 2nd, we're going to be celebrating the birthday of Willis O'Brien, who animated the dinosaurs in King Kong and in the Ghost of Slumber Mountain. Really important figure in the history of like dinosaur stop motion animation. And he's also from right here in Oakland, California. Have to be here for that, says Petrodactylus? Excellent. Yeah. March 2nd. It'll be a Monday. It's gonna be a good one. Yeah. Anyway.
Solidly lodged in pop culture. Barnum Brown, the discoverer of T-Rex, consulted with Walt Disney on the dinosaurs of Fantasia. And Godzilla carried the DNA of specimen 5027 in his mutated cells.
Yep.
It was the dinosaur that ruled our imagination for decades. The only mounted Tyrannosaurus seen for a quarter century.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I mean, I guess my image of T-Rex was the kind of ink etching of a T-Rex standing in front of a bunch of palm trees. And he's fully standing erect with his hands up and his tail dragging on the ground, just in those traditional ways. It's kind of the same image you see on the cover of books like Jurassic Park.
Yep.
After staring at specimen 5027, at the time still posed in a very upright stance, Chip made his way to the museum gift shop and bought a book.
This is the book.
Anyway, yeah, so he talks about this. The pose has been updated for this Tyrannosaurus specimen. Yeah.
And that was bigger and by inference more ferocious.
I think that it's probably by far the best known dinosaur because of its notoriety and because it was found in North America.
Anyway, the pose there, this horizontal posture, makes a lot more sense when you think about it. So, our modern view of this critter would look a lot more like this. Its backbone held horizontal to the ground, that big heavy head and neck counterbalanced by that tail. So like a seesaw, essentially. You've got a central fulcrum that it's balancing on right there at the hips. So it's got to have more or less an equal amount of weight at the front and at the back. Does that make sense? So that's part of how we know that they had this posture like this, but another way that we can directly test it is by looking at the brain. So if we have very well-preserved skulls that have the endocranium preserved, so the brain case essentially, then we can figure out the shape of the brain. And then if we have good enough preservation with high enough amount of detail, We can actually look at the inner ear that's highlighted in this kind of pinkish color here. So by looking at the semicircular canals of the inner ear, right there, we can determine the angle at which the animal would normally hold its head. Like, what is the resting angle for the head? So the semicircular canals work almost like a spirit level, like the bubble level thing that you use for, like, trying to hang a picture frame or a shelf or something like that. Use the bubble level. It's called a spirit level. This works kind of like that too, where there's little bubbles inside of the fluid inside of these canals. And so the bubbles move around as the animal is moving its head around, and they kind of help maintain, like, this is the comfortable, neutral position for my head. Does that make sense? So that's one way that we can actually tell a dinosaur's posture. We look at the overall architecture of the skeleton, and then we look at detailed things like this, and it helps give us a more complete picture of how the animal held its body during life. Does that make sense? I hope so. Luke Herman's Gaming says, have you ever heard of Trix, the Tyrannosaurus? I have. That's one of those commercial specimens that was sold to either a private buyer or a museum. I think a museum somewhere in Europe. Yeah. People in Europe are very excited about it, but it's, I don't know. Tyrannosaurus is not a rare dinosaur. We've got a lot of them here in the States. I always get a little salty when, like, a dinosaur is excavated on private land here and then sold to the highest bidder. I think that's what happened with Trix. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But it was actually dug up by the Dutch museum team. Oh, that might be true, actually. I did meet a... Oh, goodness. What's his name? I think he's from the Netherlands. I met I think, Dutch paleontologist at SVP. He was on the team that named Ardetosaurus. He might have been lead author on that, actually. Switzerland, okay. Later housed in the Netherlands, yeah. Van Linden? Is that his name? Yeah. Tom T.P. van der Linden. Yeah, I think that's him. Had a nice discussion with him at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. Here's a link to that paper if you're curious there, Luke Hermans. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the Morrison Formation in Wyoming. They apparently have a really cool setup there where, like, I think their museum actually purchased a ranch out there in Wyoming. And they have, like, indoor plumbing, they have beds to sleep in, they have a garage for their vehicles. Like, it's a pretty swanky setup, from what I understand. So yeah, they're living in comfort out there in the field. Most of us Americans are sleeping on the ground, sleeping on a cot if we're lucky, in tents. Must be nice, you know, living indoors in the field. But yeah. And yeah, the Morrison Formation is huge, Luke Herman's Gaming. And it represents a lot of time, too. Yeah, the Morrison is pretty enormous. So, yeah. I'm trying to find you a decent... That'll work, okay. So yeah, here is the western United States. this more or less is the boundaries of where the Morrison Formation is exposed. Not all of this is Morrison Formation, but there will be different exposures of Morrison Formation throughout that area there. So it's huge. This is like an area probably larger than France and Germany combined. To give Europeans some perspective here. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so within that big splotch there, like this is kind of your key areas for Morrison Formation are throughout this. But there'd be little bits and bobs of it all over the place throughout that. If that makes sense. So yeah. Or a carport. No, we're talking about like a hard-sided structure, permanent structure OJ builds. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. So that's the Morrison Formation, which, those of you who are not familiar, that's where some of your favorite dinosaurs are from. Dinosaurs like Brachiosaurus, Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus maybe, Camptosaurus, Allosaurus, Ceratosaurus, Stegosaurus, from the Morrison Formation. It's one of the most famous dinosaur-bearing formations in the world. Oh, that is a cool depiction there. Oh, I like that a lot. That's super neat. Yeah. Yeah, the Morrison. And Luke Herman's Gaming says, Texas is already bigger than France. Why is everything so huge there? The United States is a large country, you know? I think it's like 8th largest country in the world. Third or fourth largest country in the world by total area? I guess it's disputed. But yeah, the US is pretty big. Yeah, here's the United States compared to England. That's really funny. Australia, Brazil. There's the US compared to Germany right there. The US and England. Yeah, I think California is like twice as big as England is. And I think California is still larger than the entire UK. I think it's larger than the island of Great Britain. But yeah. And snow density, yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. People often think Americans are less cultured for not traveling to other countries. Meanwhile, the sheer size of the country, I mean, yeah, just enormous. Hey, here we go. There's the UK. Like, it's about the same size as California, maybe? Yeah. Yeah. It's a large country by landmass and by population. The US is I think the third largest country in terms of population. I think we're third after China and India, respectively. Yeah. When I was doing my first field work back in 2011 in the Hell Creek Formation, Museum of the Rockies, we had some crew members from the UK. And it's their first time in the States. I think it was their first time in Montana. And they honestly got, like, almost a little scared. Like, driving them from the airport out to the field, they were like, how big is this state? What are you telling me? It's a 6-hour drive from Billings to the field site up north of Jordan, Montana? Like, what are you talking? Like, they like visibly shaken by this idea and looking out the window, and there's just prairie as far as the eye can see with not like a single human structure on it, except for maybe like a telephone pole or something like that. Like it was a revelation to some of those folks. Yeah. White Tiger says, so my road trip from Seattle to San Diego is basically the same as a tour of Europe? In some ways, yeah. Or at least beelining from one side of Europe to the other. It would be... Well, no, it's not quite that far. I don't know. But going from, like... I don't know. From Normandy in France down to Italy or something. It's probably about equivalent to that. In fact, Seattle to San Diego is probably longer than that. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. That's a whole other country. Exactly, Salamander. Yeah, yeah. In 6 hours I get from the Netherlands to Berlin, says Trooper. There you go, yeah. Yeah. And Golganek says that explains how it's more feasible for the EU and the UK to have amazing public transit to anywhere. One thing that I learned when I was in the UK is that a lot of people who live there are not particularly impressed with their public transit, like their own public transit in that country. Like, okay, fair. We have almost nothing in the US. Like, I was incredibly jealous of the rail system that could, you know, in an easy trip take me from Oxford to London in like just what, like an hour or something like that, a couple hours. I wish we had stuff like that here in the US. It is a smaller country, so it is easier, but we also do an incredibly poor job of public transit in the US for the most part, and I would love to see that improve. It's one of the things that I'm embarrassed about as an American. Like, we think about what we could accomplish in this country if we had good, reliable, inexpensive public transit that went from one side of the country to the other. But there's a lot of forces arrayed against that idea. Like, the airline industry is vehemently against that. They basically like went to war with the idea of high-speed rail, as I understand it, because they essentially have like a monopoly over long-range transit in the U.S.
You don't need to salute the paleontologist.
Caspian Crow, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Anyway, yeah. MJ Build says trains. Give me the trains, light rail. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of Tyrannosaur Wishbones. Of public transit here in the States. I'm actually eager to reach out to BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transit District here in the Bay Area, and see if maybe we could do some live streams together or something. I'm a big fan of Bay Area Rapid Transit. I would not be where I am today if it weren't for BART. If I couldn't hop on a train and go from like the far East Bay out to Berkeley to go to the Paleontology Museum, hang out with the fossil scientists there, that was a formative experience in my life, and that would not have been possible really without Bay Area Rapid Transit. So I'm deeply grateful for that service. It's the beating heart of the Bay Area. Like, we would not have the San Francisco Bay Area in the same way that we have it today. Like, it would not have developed in the same way. It wouldn't be this economic powerhouse if it were not for BART. And people forget that. And Anywho. Don't get me started, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Tom's Attack says, this guy is shilling for big mass transit. Like this grievously underfunded, underappreciated thing. I am shilling for public transit. You bet your microscope there at Diatom's Attack. Proud to do it. Yeah. Come to the bus and got a view of the Golden Gate. Very nice moment. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Originally, the plans were to, this is not working. whatever. We're having light malfunctions here. The plan was to actually have the lower deck of, well, like to construct a lower deck on the Golden Gate Bridge and have BART trains run across it to go from San Francisco to Marin here. So there's San Francisco over there on that side of the bridge, and this is Marin on this side, the north side. We could have had BART trains going across the Golden Gate Bridge. That would have been absolutely incredible. The original plan was to have like a big loop around the bay. Unfortunately, folks who lived in Marin voted against this. They said they didn't want urban undesirables taking the train into their affluent bedroom community. Yeah, it was a big part of that was racism, for sure, and classism. If only, says Caspian Crow. I know, right? Anywho, yeah. Think about what we could have had, you know? Think about what the Bay Area would look like today if that vote had gone differently, you know? The future we could have had. Anyhow. I don't know. MJ Builds this as Danny's making me sad. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make you sad. I think maybe the real take-home message is just how incredibly lucky we are to have the BART system at all, because it very nearly didn't happen. There were like a couple of very, very slim votes where if they had gone the other way, we wouldn't have had the Bay Area Rapid Transit System. We're lucky that we have it at all, you know? So yeah, there's an interesting book about this by, I think, Michael Healy? There we go. Good book. BART, The Dramatic History of the Bay Area Rapid Transit System by Michael C. Healy. And I can also recommend to you a really cool video. We're getting distracted here, but that's okay. There it is. This is really cool. Check this out.
Picture this. You're a Bay Area teenager, and your parents have grudgingly conceded that in order to go to summer school to study for the SATs, you've got to be allowed to take BART on your own.
This was me, except going to the Paleontology Museum in Berkeley, you know? This is describing my situation.
You get up in the morning, take a VTA bus to your nearest station, and get on, awash in the feeling of your newfound independence. The landscape whizzes by as if you're gliding through space like some kind of no-clipping ghost. Still, one thing bothers you. You can only see to the side. Even though lots of interesting stuff happens inside the BART cars, you still wish you could see what's in front of you. You find that options for seeing from the front of the train are limited. BART doesn't hire teenagers as train operators, and sadly, no rogue operators have uploaded their own footage to YouTube, which just launched last year in 2005. So, one day, about 2 decades later, you take matters into your own hands. Cameras have been getting smaller, better, and cheaper. You make a plan.
I love this.
You'll need an action camera, adhesive, and good timing to avoid security. You anxiously clean the outside of several train cars.
And I know what station he's at. This is SFO. This is the San Francisco Airport station. It's the only time that the trains really stay still long enough to be able to
Trying not to
at the end of
attract
the line.
attention. A police officer asks why you're filming BART, and you play dumb. Finally, the right train and the right moment comes. You attach your camera and try not to look as giddy as you feel. It's going to be a long ride, and you hope your camera will still be there at the end of it.
Shoot.
Welcome to Tunnel Vision. Doors are closing. Please stand clear of the doors.
What a gamble, says Claire. Yeah, but I don't know. I think this is cool. This is, I don't know, it's a really neat watch. This is an hour and a half long. This is as much as we're going to watch here. I'll give you the link. But it's structured in a really cool way where during parts of the video that would otherwise get kind of dull, where it's like, yeah, we're just going through a dark tunnel for 15 minutes, he splices in audio of various people who were instrumental in like the creation of the BART system and the everyday operation of BART. So there's just these like casual little interviews interspersed there. It's really cool. So check it out if you're interested in this kind of thing. Yeah. Anyway, I'd love to be able to do a collaboration with BART at some point in the next year or so. I got to reach out to them now that a Twitch ambassador. I'm excited about what's coming up in the next year. And Jim says sent you the completed monograph. Will be online in a few days. Oh man, Jim, I would love to interview you about this at some point over the next week or so. Let's take a look. But oh, excellent. Thank you, Jim. Oh, exciting. Oh, this is gonna be great. Oh man. It's gonna be a big deal. Excellent. I'll do whatever I can to promote that, Jim. Beautiful.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature...
Suki 3D, thank you for the follow. Caspian says, I can't even imagine a world with half-decent public transit. Someday we'll live in that world. You and me, Caspian Crow. And everybody else, too. We'll get there someday, you know? I'm optimistic about the future. I think it can be done, you know? Things might get worse before they get better, but... yeah. Oh, and I completely forgot to play the other clip that I was going to do after the announcement about Claude the alligator passing away. Here, let's let this be a transition into happier news. So there is a well, here's a news report about a burglary. That's not what you think. No, Jim says magnetic lev trains or bust. I mean, maybe we'll just start with simple high-speed rail, but I like where your head's at, Jim. Again, Star Trek future. We want to get there. And inshallah we will. But anyway, here's a bit of whimsy. A particularly amusing burglary. Some of you have already seen this, I think. Salamander, no spoilers. Goodness.
A burglar that broke into a Virginia store was caught by police asleep in the bathroom. It gets even better. That burglar was a raccoon. Now, you're probably wondering how it ended up passed out on the bathroom floor. Here's how. This was a liquor store, and from the looks of things, that raccoon went on a serious bender. According to the police report, the drunk raccoon was taken to a shelter to sober up and to get a talking to about its poor life choices before being released on its own recognizance.
Looks like he had
right,
gin and tequila.
right by the toilet.
Oh boy.
Anywho, yeah. I think the raccoon will probably be fine. They're pretty hardy critters, white tiger. Yeah. Diatom's attack says most raccoons are drunk. Diatom's attack. Now is not the time for harmful stereotypes, please. Raccoons are wonderful, wonderful animals, very clever. The level of ingenuity that they show is pretty extraordinary, especially for a mammal, you know? there was a cool documentary about raccoons that I'll give you a link to if you'd like to learn more about these critters. This is from 2016, from I think PBS Nature. But all the stuff that raccoons get up to, incredibly clever, resourceful, often devious animals. There's a link there. Tom says, I hear them stumbling around on my roof, trying to eat my bird seed and lounging around in the gutters. They do that. They've become very, very good at living with people, which is it's not an easy thing to do for a lot of critters. So you kind of have to respect it when a species figures that out, how to get along with us, with all of our foibles and... I don't know. You think about all of the tens of thousands of species that are in decline or on the verge of extinction right now because of human activities. And then you see a few species...
In that brief moment, we
that are thriving.
Are the only species.
Bozocentric, thank you for the 16 months. Hey.
The great dinosaurs.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Bozocentric, for keeping me online for the past 16 months. Good stuff. Caspian Crow says, we as humans are horrendous roommates. We really are. Yeah. We trash the place. We pollute everything. We bring our friends over and we kick other people out. We just set up shop in other creatures' homes. And we either drive those creatures out, or we eat them, or we introduce other species that will eat them or drive them out. It's just terrible roommates as human beings. We really are. There's a bunch of dinosaurs that have figured out how to get along with us pretty well. The hawks? Yeah. Hawks, house sparrows, starlings, pigeons. Yeah. Red-tailed hawks especially. And to a certain extent, red-shouldered hawks can thrive in urban environments. But yeah. Mama Bonbon says, we are the plague to the earth. I mean, we don't have to be. That's the thing, is that we as human beings are capable of tremendous things. We could be capable of the most horrific cruelty, or we can be capable of the most profound understanding and kindness and ingenuity. We've been endowed by evolution with some truly extraordinary things. We've got this big stupid brain in our skulls. I say stupid because it's just stupidly large. Like, who would ever evolve a brain that big? Yet we have it. And it allows us tremendous creativity, ingenuity, or sometimes, in some cases, laziness, jealousy, greed. I don't know, we as human beings have got so much potential. What are we going to do with it, though? Are we going to trash our planet? Are we going to continue to do this? Drive everybody else extinct and then ourselves? Or are we going to listen to the better angels of our nature, figure out how to live alongside other species, allow them to thrive alongside ourselves? And like Jim Kirkland says, walk hand in hand into a bright Star Trek-esque future, you know? Choice is ours. I think about that a lot. And, you know, we're kind of currently at a turning point on our planet right now in human history. Jim says we could go barreling toward a Mad Max future where we've destroyed the planet and there's just a few of us left warring over a few precious resources. Or do we work together toward a Star Trek type future. Where scientific knowledge, human kindness, where those allow us to live together in peace, and then maybe even go out and explore the rest of the universe. Which way do you want to go, chat? I know which way I want to go. Anyhow, yeah. Diatoms Attack says, let me answer that for you. We're just going to fill it with plastic so companies can save money and petroleum can keep doing its thing. I don't know. I mean, I certainly hope you're wrong there. Not because I want you to be wrong in principle, Diatoms Attack. I want a brighter future. I don't want to be pessimistic about this kind of thing. We've got time to turn things around. Next decade or so. Things might get better, or things might get worse before they get better, but there's time, I think. Yeah. Lilith Hobo says, does this Mad Max future have dinosaur companions? No, of course not. What do you mean? Most of the birds would go extinct. So, yeah. Anyhow. Golganek used to have a ceiling raccoon? Used to have arguments over whether he'd have a diurnal or nocturnal household. They left when the last roof was put on. Noise, I guess. Interesting. Yeah. And Diatoms Attack says, I would like us not to do this, but I foresee us becoming so reliant on AI that we can't think or do anything on our own. I don't know if AI is going to be around in the next couple years. Like, I kind of find it hard to imagine that it can continue. It seems to be barreling toward disaster right now. Like, OpenAI as a company, I think is going to go down the tubes within the next year or so. Like, if you look at the fundamentals on that company, there's no way it can continue. And sure, it might bring down half the economy with it, but like, AI is not going to be around. Like, large language models will have machine learning and other like useful things, but this whole like large language model scam thing, I don't think it's long for this world. I think it's all going to collapse soon. It's already doing things like kind of destroying the university system and people's notion of reality. Is this real or is it fake? Is that AI? It's making people lose their minds. But I don't know. I think it very well might be a temporary thing. I don't think there's any way it can sustain itself. That's my opinion. But yeah. Yeah. It helps people figure out what to wear every day, though. You know, maybe they'll start nudist colonies after it crashes Diatoms Attack. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, goodness. I don't know. Yeah. We will have Taylor Swift holding up the economy. Like Atlas holding up the whole economy on her back. There you go, Salamander. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, 448. Okay. Why don't we take a look at some of this fossil news that's been accumulating for the past week or so? One thing that we've got is a new species of Mamenchisaurus has just been published. I don't think I have access to this paper. Or, no, did we look at this and maybe it's not formatted yet or something? I forget what's wrong with it. But we had an issue with this earlier. But let me show you some clips of Mamenchisaurus to kind of lay the groundwork for
the skies, the land, and the sea. And the greatest of all the reptiles were the dinosaurs.
There you go, InGen. Thank you for the 36 months of support. Really appreciate that. Hang on. Speaking of reptiles, Is it starting to become obvious what our 3D print is here? Anybody have any ideas? Definitely a turtle, says Lenina. Turtle butt, says Claire Burr. Yeah. You're correct. This is a leatherback turtle that I'm currently printing. A fleshed out model of a leatherback turtle. In fact, it's this same model right here that I made a few modifications to. But check this out. I wanted to print one in that copper color that I really like. This one I might end up painting. Yeah, it's Dermachelys coriacea, leatherback turtle. So what you're seeing there is the turtle's rear being printed. There, see it? Yeah. Anyhow, the one that I'm printing is larger than this one, which is going to be really cool. The barnacles on this are a nice touch that came with the file, but I decided to remove those just because I thought it was a little distracting. But I really like the face on this one. This is a female leatherback turtle. You can tell she's female because she's got a short tail. The tail barely extends past the end of the carapace. And male turtles, the tail tends to be a lot longer. So, yeah, it's a female. And also, she's like resting on a substrate, like on a beach or something, and the females are the only ones who ever do that. The only ones who come back to land are the females, unless it's a male who's like about to die or something. But, yeah. And yeah, it is some interesting dimorphism. It's cool that you can tell a male or a female leatherback apart like that. Because with dinosaurs, you can't do that. Like, no skeletal differences that have been reliably demonstrated. We're still kind of on the hunt for any osteological sexual dimorphism in dinosaurs. But turtles have it. You can tell by the tail. And sometimes by the shape of the plastron and things like Galapagos tortoises. Anyway, we'll get to Mamenchisaurus here. Let me introduce this dinosaur to you with a clip. Not that we ever really see adult male leatherbacks. I mean, if we do see them, they're out on the water, lordy. Like, here. Let's see if I can find you a video from Upwell. Video here of tagging and measuring a leatherback. Let's see. I think we've got a male one here. Maybe here? That might be a male. I don't know. We'll see.
Many people aren't aware in California that we have these giant prehistoric animals that routinely visit our waters. Leatherbacks arriving off the coast of California are birthed in distant nesting beaches in the western Pacific. But eventually, when they get large enough and can withstand the cooler temperatures off the coast of California, they'll come here to feed on jellyfish. Without leatherbacks, jellyfish populations would boom. They begin to consume massive amounts of forage fish and smaller fish and the larvae of really commercially important species. So leatherbacks play a really important role in the ocean ecosystems they inhabit.
So this is video of a leatherback turtle eating a sea jelly here. This is a sea nettle. It's a common name for this kind of jellyfish, sea jelly. There's a camera strapped to its back, like a GoPro on its back. Check this out. This is so cool.
So leatherbacks play a really important role in the ocean ecosystems they inhabit. I'm George Schillinger. I'm the executive director and co-founder of Upwell Turtles. Our mission is to...
Oh, and that's a good question from Scorch Hellfire. Are there any species that aren't prehistoric? It depends on what you mean by prehistoric. In the case of leatherback turtles, they're part of a lineage that goes back to the Cretaceous period. And they're not speciose. Like, within this whole family, Dermachelyidae, there's only one species left. And so it's easy to point to this animal and go, that's a prehistoric animal. Because it looks a lot like the ones that existed during the Cretaceous. And there's only one species left. There are other groups that go back to the Cretaceous that we don't think of as prehistoric animals. An example might be... It's like I'm trying to come up with one that like people wouldn't think of as a prehistoric animal. Platypus, maybe? Platypus go back to the Paleogene period. And people don't often think of them as prehistoric. But yeah. I don't know. It's tough with mammals, because mammals see a big radiation after the KPG. But yeah, I don't know. You did make a good point, where it's like most prehistoric in like the... There's a strict definition. It just means like before history, before the invention of writing, essentially. Which is what, like 8,000 years ago or something like that? So if something's older than 8,000 years, then it would be prehistoric. And in paleontology, that's almost everything, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And none of the turtles can write, says Diatom's Attack, so they are all prehistoric, technically. Fair. And you mean literally, lol, says Sculpture. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and the KPG, that's the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary. So that's the extinction event that wipes out all of the dinosaurs, except for a handful of bird species. And our general consensus now is that this was caused by an asteroid impact 66 million years ago. So when we say the KPG, it's the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event that we're pretty darn sure was caused by the impact of an asteroid. So it was a sad day, absolutely, yeah. For the dinosaurs, for the pterosaurs, for the ammonites, for all kinds of different critters. Something like between 60 and 90% of species on Earth, plants, animals, fungi maybe, wiped out by this extinction event. We're still kind of figuring out a lot of the details. What was the actual percentage of species that went extinct in these different groups? How long did it take? All of that, but in many ways it's an easier mass extinction event to study than a lot of the other ones. Permian or Ordovician extinction events, or the TJ, Triassic, Jurassic extinction event, stuff like that. So anyway, and where was the impact zone? In the Gulf of Mexico, Arthur Tugon. It's called the Chicxulub crater. And it's named after a town on the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. The town is called Chicxulub. Oh, there we go. Yeah. And it was huge. So we're talking about a rock roughly the size of San Francisco, slamming into our planet at thousands of kilometers per second. Just gargantuan. So about 6 miles across. So this is, I think, longer than the island of Manhattan. Just nuts, you know? How do we know it landed there? Because we have the crater, Arthur Gone. Yeah. If you'd like to learn more about that, this is a good place to start. We have the crater. We have a global layer of like impact detritus and iridium, and we've got tsunami deposits from nearby that show, you know, all this water that was pushed away by that ended up, you know, in these gigantic waves that inundated much of North America after that.
To dinosaurs.
Even if dinosaurs are rare, if you look long enough, you'll find them when they were living on the planet. What we have not found yet is any dinosaur skeleton anywhere in the world above the KT boundary layer.
We used to call it the KT. That changed around 2013 or so. Now we call it the KPG. It doesn't really matter, but I just don't want you to get confused. KT, KPG, same thing. Tomato, potato.
Scientists now knew what lived here and their ultimate fate. Within 1,000 kilometers of the impact, death came quickly.
If you turn your oven on broil, open the door, put your hand into the glow bar, that's what the dinosaurs felt very soon. And they were probably broiled alive within an hour or so.
For dinosaurs first.
And this is frustrating. They showed Parasaurolophus a second ago. That dinosaur was not around by this time. It's from earlier in time. So is Spinosaurus. Spinosaurs are extinct by like the end Centimanian, I think. They would not have been around for this. So that's frustrating that they're showing this.
Further away, death may have been delayed, but not for long. Soon, vaporized ejecta and smoke from fires filled the air.
Do we have an idea of how fast the asteroid was going? Yeah, thousands of kilometers per second.
Sulfur blown into the atmosphere because the impact site in the Yucatan Peninsula had a lot of sulfur in it. And all of those things were abundant enough to obliterate the sun.
Without light, anything dependent on photosynthesis, on land or in the sea, was vulnerable. As food chains collapsed, giant reptiles still alive died off. The Mesozoic era, the age of dinosaurs, was over.
Yeah. How did the Earth not break apart? Well, the Earth is much, much bigger than that, Arthur Gone too. Much, much bigger.
So Luis Alvarez had this hypothesis that an asteroid or comet would cause this destruction. He had the clue, the amount of iridium at Gubbio. Under this hypothesis, it would be spread all around the world. So now he could calculate how much iridium there had been laid down over the entire Earth. Now, he also knew how much iridium there is in asteroids and comets, so he can now calculate the size of the object.
The answer was sobering. An asteroid 10 kilometers in diameter, as large as Mount Everest, and weighing hundreds of billions of tons. Still, how could something that size wreak havoc on a large planet? Because traveling through the vacuum of space, it would have slammed into the Earth's atmosphere at 80,000 kilometers per hour, 20 times faster than a bullet.
You know, sorry, I said it's like a bullet hitting Earth? No, think 20 times faster. Yeah.
Heating the air to several times the temperature of the sun. At impact, the energy released would be equal to about 100 million nuclear bombs exploding at once. A huge mass of pulverized debris would have been blasted into space, some of it orbiting the Earth before raining back down. The debris may have blocked out the sun for months. Photosynthesis would have stopped. Plants, plant eaters, and then meat eaters would have died. This was the asteroid impact hypothesis for how the Mesozoic era ended. A big idea that was just too big for some.
Yeah. Anyway, when we actually found the crater and everything, that's when it's really started to come together. It's like, oh, shoot, okay. This is not just a compelling idea anymore. This is something that happened, you know? But yeah. Yeah. And the Mesozoic was the last... So, the Mesozoic is the entire dinosaur era. Arthur Gone, let me show you. So... geological time here. Here's the Cenozoic era, the age of mammals. This is the one that we're in here. We're like in those black pixels at the very top. In the Holocene period, it's so short that you can't even see it here. There's the Quaternary, the Holocene's on top of that. The Mesozoic era is the age of the dinosaurs. You might be getting era and period mixed up. So dinosaurs first evolve in the Triassic period, which is the first period in the Mesozoic era. Dinosaurs continue to thrive and rule the Earth through the Jurassic period and through the Cretaceous period. At the end of the Cretaceous, which is also the end of the Mesozoic, dinosaurs go extinct about 66 million years ago. When I say dinosaurs go extinct, they didn't go completely extinct. There's still almost 10,000 species of dinosaur around today. We just call them birds. Birds managed to barely squeak through this extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous. And those few lucky species diversified into the thousands of bird species that we have today. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Caspian Crow, it's great to have you here. Hey, I'm really enjoying seeing you in the chat. I'm glad you're having a good time here. Yeah. So yeah. The animals we now came to live, there were some dinosaurs too. The only dinosaurs that survived are a few species of bird, as far as we know. So yeah. Yeah. And make the Aptian Albion the Middle Cretaceous? I wish we could, Jim. Someday. Again, someday we'll have an official Middle Cretaceous, I hope, instead of just jumping from lower to upper. Just be... The Cretaceous is so long. That period is longer than the entire Cenozoic era. We should have a Middle Cretaceous. I totally agree with you, Jim. Someday. Someday. Anyway.
And there may have also been a lot of sulfur blown into the atmosphere because the impact site in the Yucatan Peninsula had a lot of sulfur.
So we're going to get into the lucky survivors here, Arthur Gone.
Abundant enough to obliterate the sun.
Block out the sun.
Without light, anything...
So anyway, photosynthesis stops. Even in the oceans.
Samples taken from below the KT boundary show a high diversity of pollen grains.
Oh yeah.
Stained here in red.
In the oceans and on land, photosynthetic organisms
above the
died.
boundary, this earlier diversity disappears, reflecting the extinction of 60% of all plant species.
That's nuts. You know?
Fern spore? Fern spore?
Where flowering plants once thrived, ferns took over first.
Fern spore?
Yep.
Fern spore? Fern spore?
Unlike pollen, fern spores can germinate on a barren landscape, devoid of living plants.
We have a short period of time where there's only ferns, that's the fern spike, but after that there's about 1 million years of time where we have the low diversity disaster recovery flora, and after that first 1 million years then things start to pick back up again. We start to see animals coming back into the landscape.
In this new post-impact world, the niche that dinosaurs left was waiting to be filled.
And so the survivors of this on the land were creatures that lived in holes, birds, mice-like creatures, turtles, frogs, things that lived in swamps or rivers or near the seashore.
And compared to dinosaurs, they had the advantage of size. They were small.
Yep.
Small animals have large population size. Small animals have higher reproduction rates. Now, it's not saying that small animals didn't suffer mass death, but enough survived, and that's the key point.
In that 1 million years of recovery,
selected. There you go.
the small inherit.
I mean, to a certain extent, yeah. Well, yeah. I guess your mammals that survived were the R-selected ones. Yeah.
The Earth. It was the beginning of the age of mammals. Eventually, larger mammals dominated the land, just as dinosaurs had done before. And among them were primitive primates, whose evolution would lead in a very promising direction, at least for humans.
Yeah, from our perspective, probably.
What the asteroid impact taught us about evolution is that it's not always about survival of the fittest. Sometimes it's about survival of the luckiest. And there's a profound point there for our species. Only after the extinction of the giant reptiles did mammals flourish, including our primate ancestors. Without the asteroid, there'd be no us.
Yep. It's true. There you go. If you'd like to watch this whole thing, highly recommend it. There's a link there. And now, we've got Jim here in the chat, too, and Jim actually worked on some of this stuff back in the day. So, like, looking for the tsunami deposits?
Your quartz crystals and land.
There.
The search for fresh clues led here to Texas, along the Brazos River.
So, if any of you are new here, Jim, who's this Jim? What are we talking about? So Jim Kirkland, the state paleontologist of Utah, is here in the chat right now. That's Paleo Jim. And I've done a lot of field work with Jim, and hopefully we're going to be publishing some papers at some point in the next couple of years. I need to get on some of the... Anyway, Jim has been digging dinosaurs on the Colorado Plateau for over 50 years at this point. And like many accomplished, seasoned paleontologists, he's got kind of the battle scars to prove it. So 2 bad knees at this point. And he's got nicknames for each of them. One of them is Drumheller from Drumheller, Alberta, where he damaged his knee up there. The other one is Brazos. Jim, is that your right or left knee? Brazos is left or right? Let me know. But this is where Jim was. This is what he was doing. Was working on left. Left is Brazos. Okay, thank you, Jim. Yeah. Jim's been kind of unheralded for the work that he did here, looking at those tsunami deposits and stuff. But
the search for fresh clues led here to Texas, along the Brazos River, some 300 kilometers from the Gulf of Mexico. 65 million years ago, this was the bottom of the sea.
I've heard your stories. Yeah.
In the early 1980s, scientists noted unusual deposits of sediments across the river basin. Intrigued, Alan Hildebrand, then a graduate student in geology, came to investigate.
It's actually easy with fresh tracks.
Along the banks of the river and its tributaries, he examined exposures of the KT boundary different from those seen elsewhere, and saw something on top of the Cretaceous mud and rock that had once accumulated on the sea floor.
So this is the typical mud just found in this area?
Exactly. All we see is this gray Cretaceous mud. And there's 7 million years of this mud here. So, I mean, we're talking boring.
Right.
You know, there was
pretty
nothing
homogeneous,
going on.
consistent.
But you see right here, the seafloor has been eroded right at this point.
What happened? That's not a storm
bed. An untrained eye might see this sediment and never look twice at the protruding boulders.
And Diatom's attack makes a really good point. Mud is not boring, it's filled with diatoms. This is true, you know? What's the phrase? There are cathedrals everywhere for those with eyes to see. If you're a diatom specialist, you can look at mud like that and be like, oh, this is the coolest thing in the world, you know? But anyway, there is a dramatic change here in the mud.
Right at this point.
An untrained eye might see this sediment and never look twice at the protruding boulders. But Hildebrand saw evidence of a catastrophic event.
What's with those boulders there in the rock layer? In those strata, you've got boulders? What?
So something happened here. It eroded the seafloor. And we start seeing these very coarse sediments. And this first unit is really quite extraordinary because if you trace round over here, you see,
Zero
here's a
outsized
boulder
class.
in
This
it.
is true, that
It's like 50 centimeters across.
Bonkers.
And you come over here, this is another one. It was weak, so it's weathered out, but it's even bigger. Here's another boulder, but notice this boulder is different stuff than these.
So you had this really regular mud layer, and then all of a sudden this area that's just full of this whole mixture of boulders and
from different places. It isn't.
So we call that poorly sorted, which often denotes like a high energy environment.
Just the rock that was here in the seafloor. Maybe some of it got pulled from deep water, maybe some got pulled from shallow. It all got jumbled together and dumped here.
All right.
So Jim says in the chat, carbonate nodules formed on the shelf and lagged down. They were scoured from the shelf. Yeah. So like something came through here and churned all of this up in a really dramatic fashion.
All right, so what could have happened here that would explain something so dramatic?
Well, had to be a hugely energetic wave in the ocean, a giant tsunami.
If an asteroid 10 kilometers across landed in the sea or at the edge of a continent, it would displace incredible amounts of rock and water, causing tsunamis over 100 meters high. These giant waves would have crossed the sea with the speed of a jet, ripping up the seafloor, moving tons of sediment.
And every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago, which is...
Wild Wayne, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here.
Debris came to rest in what today is the Brazos River Basin. It would have mixed with ejecta falling from the sky.
Okay, so now we're here in Texas. Is this making you think that you're a little closer to the crater in Texas than you might be in Italy, for example?
Exactly, because we can see the products of the impact mixed into this tsunami deposit. So we're getting warm.
Yeah, wild. Again, if you want to watch this whole thing, can't recommend it highly enough. There's a link in the chat for you. Yeah. Anywho, we were going to look at the Mamenchisaurus paper and everything, but I still don't think that's downloaded properly. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, this article in press, it's not formatted yet. No figures. I think we'll look at this another time. I've got some emails and stuff that I've got to send. I've got a bunch of things I got to do. Luckily, our leatherback turtle print is going on, which is really nice. But yeah, I got a lot of stuff to take care of. Tomorrow should be a... Oh, shoot. Yeah, I need to get in contact with Denver and make sure we're on track for tomorrow's stream. I don't know if I've heard from him yet. Nothing.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature...
Cheap Pocket Man, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, tomorrow's stream, we're going to be doing an interview, the second in our Fossil Finders series with the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. We're going to be interviewing Holly Anderson. And then after that is the Badlands Dinosaur Museum annual field report. And I'm going to be helping try to promote that however I can. So tomorrow's going to be a big stream, and I hope you can show up for that. It's going to be really cool. We'll be doing a lot of cool stuff tomorrow. So I've got to get ready for that. Without further ado, let's run our credits and wrap this up, shall we? Don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science. Is Reiko on, I wonder? Rhacodactylus. It is Wednesday. Let's see here. Yeah, Reiko's on right now. Excellent. Rhacodactylus. There we go. Thank you, everybody, being named in our credits. From new followers to subscribers and resubscribers, cheerers and gifters, the people who make these streams possible through their financial support. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you to the raiders and the lurkers and all the viewers, chatters, question askers, enthusers. Thanks for helping get those viewership numbers up. You know, I appreciate that. And of course, thank you to the moderators who make all of this possible through all of their hard work, keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, making it possible for me to do this kind of broad science outreach. Appreciate you, mods. Again, more than you know. We're gonna go right into Racodactylus. So Reiko is mostly a speedrunner here on Twitch, doing video games, but he's also a working scientist. He's got his PhD in cognitive science. He studies why people believe weird things, be it urban legends or various forms of misinformation, conspiracy theories, all kinds of stuff like that. It's important for us as scientists to understand where misinformation comes from, how it spreads. That's what he works on. So he might be talking about that tonight. We'll go see. Let's go raid in chat and hope to see you tomorrow for a big, exciting stream. Take care. Bye-bye.